around, I mean, freeze up to the scatter shot. So he's able to make it through there. The headers do power through the defensive king. They surge their way across, take out the defensive world champion. He's actually looking pretty good now. But he's got to get this multi-inferno down. He does get the multi-inferno with the blues to survive on top of it. The warden surges his way forward. The warden is working alone with the lava hound, but the lava hound gives the distraction. He will get that single inferno down, and the balloons are coming back. Hold up, he can still get this.
Lalo. Queen, wait, coming back around. She's not going to go for the core of the base, not going to get the air sweeper and the splash of the wizard tower. This is not exactly what we want because she dies out through the poison bomb. A bit unfortunate, but we've got the royal champ to actually take this under control. Has her ability, which gives her a regenerative boost to come in. Can she get the multi down as well and get these loons working their way through? Itsu.
Able to get the second scatter shot. Rest of the Luz are trying to clear the last defenses. We are down to 38 seconds. We still have invisibility spell with the haze. I think so we are good. 32 second royal champion with the ability. We're gonna be holding on the shield. She can sniping the last defenses. We are using the invisibility spell. Boom, boom, boom. Hitting the storages, going for the 3 buildings. It is throw triple for absolute zero. They are 3 for 3.
They push all the way in. They take the multi-inferno in the middle base out. He's got the bats onto the scatter shot and onto the wizard tower. And he's got 4 freezes to lock that area down and move the bat swarm through the base. Huge freeze value right there, locking up all the rest of the defenses. And he will close this one out. It is a 3-star from Boone. He missed in the last.
That for Hawk.
Oh, this Rage Warden combination is stunning. Gets the Royal Champ in there. Spreads out those loons. And this is a done deal with the surround of the loons on the back end defenses. We've got Mammoth coming in with that 3-star, keeping Tompinai right there on top. You asked it, Sue. If that queen got enough value, it wasn't just about the queen. That Warden and Rage got the... Welcome to the Queso Cup Golden Edition playoffs. We are in the final stages, looking to get that big prize pool of $50,000 and, of course, the coveted golden ticket. I'm Lady B and joined today with Itsu. Itsu, tell us what we have coming into the mix-up for this weekend.
Yeah, a lot on the line, but obviously we have so many good teams in here, so we should take a look at the format and how those teams actually got to this stage of the tournament, because we have only 2 days left in this. So let's take a look at the format, and we're going to see that all of this started with open qualifiers. This means anyone could participate, any one of you could have signed up, and out of those 2 qualifiers, each 8 teams qualified into the Swiss stage. We have those final 8 teams now battling things out with the last 2 days in the playoffs. And after tomorrow, we are going to have not only a winner with a lot of prize money, but as well the golden ticket. Lady B, talk us through that.
Oh, this golden ticket is the coveted prize. This is the first one on the line to lead into the World Championships. But we're talking about a $50,000 prize pool, with 3rd place walking away with $5,000, 2nd place with $15,000, and 1st place going for the grand prize of $30,000 and that very first golden ticket and the opportunity into the World Championships. So the next 2 days, there is a lot on the line, and as you mentioned, these teams battled it out, hundreds of teams to get here, and we are now down to the final 8 to try and see who is going to get that golden ticket.
That's right, and you can see the 16 teams which entered the Swiss stage, and you can see as well which 8 out of those teams left the Swiss stage as winners and made it to this playoff stage. This means out of those 8 amazing teams were then placed based on their performance in the Swiss system into a bracket, seeding based. And well, I think we should take a look at that bracket to see what the matchups of this weekend are going to be, because Lady B, I think that's going to be so action-packed. We have so many good teams facing off already early on, and we are going to stream a lot of them already today.
We're going to have 5 matches to go through today, starting off with Repotted Gaming versus VN Tompinai, followed up by Absolute Zero versus Aphelion Esports. We're then going to see who's going to face off against M.S Esports between the Repotted and VN win, and also who will face STRUT between Absolute Zero and Aphelion. And what we're going to get to see as well is the 1 and 2 seeded bracket, Perumania and X-Team Esports, who I think against all odds very unexpectedly came in with that massive push. And even Bloom said it in his interview, they took a lot of these teams by storm, and they have quite the advantage and lead coming into it with that extra push towards the end of the bracket. So it's going to be a big battle to try and make their way here today, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. And I think with all of the introduction made, we should prepare for our first match, because as you have said, it's going to be Repotted facing off against VN Tompinai, 2 teams which are already known in the scene for quite some time. Tompinai, I mean, you should know the name if you're following ClashWorlds for now quite some years. They are always at the top, and Repotted is a team which is coming up over the last couple of years, winning more and more competition, now being at this highest stage, competing for this first golden ticket. And there you can see the lineups for those 2 teams. On the Repotted side, we have Crusader, General X, Tyrannis, Timtastic and Lago coming in. And on the other side, we have some familiar names as well, ADB.
Absolutely. For VN Tompinai, we do have a slight switch of the lineup from last season, but we do have the familiar faces of Almualan, Michuo, Rigo Torres, but the addition of Eltano and Hawk, aka Mammoth. So this has been a really phenomenal start for them this year. And these 2 teams have fought hard, not only this season, but we've seen them doing exceptionally well last year. So it is no surprise that we have them in this lineup fighting for the golden ticket in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we should take a look at a really cool stats page right here, which is the results, the stats results from those 2 teams over the Swiss stage. And we can see overall, both teams had those 3 wins to get to this round, but Repotted only with 1 loss. On the other side with Tompinai, 2 losses. But take a look at this difference with the average stars. It's kind of one-sided right there. Kind of surprised to see that big of a difference, but as well Repotted overall having to fight less matches in general.
Absolutely, and we can see the MVPs here for those teams, Mech and Hawk, so we'll be keeping an eye on those 2 players today to see how they do throughout. But definitely interesting stats that we have here. You can see the average stars is a little bit lower for Repotted Gaming, but overall, their average destruction has been higher, so this is going to be an interesting matchup to have, and also to see what's going to be brought in the defense from both sides. We've seen both of these teams trying to switch things up, but the one thing that Repotted does have, I think, in their favor is they're very versatile, and I know that some of the players, like General X, do like to use E-Drags, which isn't the easiest to try and defend against.
Yeah, I think right now the one big thing which the team should have is diversity and making sure that you can use any strategy, and that the base build on the other side, it's really hard for them to really say, okay, what type of traps should we have? Because obviously not only the base layout is important, but as well the traps are making a huge difference where you're trying to defend, for example, like air attacks, which means dragon-based attacks like super dragons, or like you mentioned, electro dragons. You want to have those black mines in the core where most of the time the vulnerability already like is not active anymore. While at the same time, if you defend versus Lalo, you want to have those black mines close to the air defenses to make sure those hounds do not get any chance of tanking anything for those loons. So it's really those different traps. So make sure that those teams are identifying maybe the weakness or like the one strategy which the other team abuses the most to get this one all-important defense. And because if we have seen those stats over the Swiss stage, we have seen incredible high stats from all of those teams. So one big defense could be all what it takes to win a match. And we are in the first one. Metro is in with the Blizzard Lalo onto this Legend-style ring base from Repotted. So surprising to see them coming with that. So let's see how that's going to defend for them.
Yeah, so drops that invisibility spell to help take that lead going deeper into the base, clearing out the connection to this Town Hall portion with that Blizzard. Wants to take down the single, get some big impact value with this, but we're still going to need to make our way to connect inside the base, to push our way through and get to that Town Hall. This is not an easy approach if you were to Lalo coming in with the Town Hall on the inside edge. But we do have the jump, of course, to help lead this in, and the position of the Queen that's coming through will have that advantage to come in. But it's the King and the Unicorn that's going to help keep her stay alive and survive through this to get the power coming in.
Yeah, and those approaches are always super risky, because if they're falling short, if he's not going to get that Town Hall, which he clearly wants to take down with his jump, then he's going to have a huge problem, because how do you take down the Town Hall with not having that many spells left, because you already used a lot. And there's now Rocket Loons coming out of this defending clan castle, which are going to deal a lot of damage to that King. The King has to tank quite a bit. There is a lot of skeleton traps. Oh no, can he now take down that Town Hall? The Queen's taking the first wall with a jump. Is she going to follow deeper into the core, and even more skeleton traps are coming up?
Eagle firing away as well. We have the Royal Champion in trying to help out. Drops the invisibility spell to keep the Queen alive through this, just to get that fighting chance to take down the Town Hall. And now that he knows it's secure, he comes in with the Lalo. He's gotten the value that he wanted, including taking on the multi here. So the Laloon has an easy path coming in with the single to worry about, which is of no consequence to this. Warden hanging on to this ability, clipping it as he works his way through, past the air sweeper and coming into that back end where the Eagle still stands, but hasting and freezing up for the back end. Michuo in a perfect position to drop this 3-star, especially with the spread out of the minions and pups for cleanup here. This is definitely the way you want to start off the war, and Michuo with the solid start here.
Yeah, what a beautiful attack. Taking the risk of trying to get his heroes into the core of this base, and it is paying off big time. Taking down the Town Hall, taking down possibly all of those traps in the core. We know red mines at the moment are always close to that Town Hall. To make a Blims not as easy, and overall, I mean, Lalo, it's always a nightmare. So taking that building out means that no more loons are going into that direction, and those red mines are not getting triggered that easily. So a huge first 3-star for Tompinai right there. And I mean, that's a good thing to start things off, because not only they got the 3-star, but as well they're showing that if Repotted prefers this this ring-style base, they're showing that they can 3-star those. So this is like already a mindset, my opinion, like a huge lead for them. So let's see what Repotted does and what type of bases Tompinai is going to use.
Yeah, you know, and Repotted in the past has definitely shown some smart moves with their defenses. We'll see if they have any other tricks up their sleeves, but we talk about versatility within the teams, and that's where it does make it harder in a meta where there are so many different style attacks to try and defend against, and with so many different players that are starting to learn how to adapt and adjust, especially when you have things like Queen Charges that can work your way through, and these Hero Dive openers that can really make some good value coming in, and that's exactly what we saw coming in from Michuo. But let's see what General X has in store. Not coming in with the E-Drags, but coming in with the Super Drags. We talk about this a lot. This is a great way to kick off a war when you have limited time planning, because it doesn't take a lot to set up the pathing and the funnel in order to get this going. But the approach that he's opting to come in with is going to be more of the Stodger style. I noticed that he has the Stone Slammer here, which means we should have the dragons coming straight in for that Town Hall. So he needs to make the connection. But what we can see is there are a lot of close-knit defenses and structures that will lead those dragons, or super dragons, to the Town Hall and ensure they take it out. But we just have to worry about the crossover through that poison bomb.
Yeah, the Tornado is actually rotating one of those Super Dragons away from this Town of Poison. So we have to see and wait how things looking, how things look for those Super Dragons. The Slammer is opening, the Queen and the King walking around this outside, but now they have to face the next sweeper. And one important thing you always want to look out for is the back end. How is the back end looking when it's coming down to expos, heroes, scatter shots? Those are the important things which can really make the life of a back-end Royal Champion really miserable. So let's see where he's going to place that Royal Champion on offense, because so far His Super Dragons are kind of like are spread out. This left Super Dragon is getting taken down by that air defense, and the core one got taken down as well. So now everything is relying on those heroes.
Yeah, now that we have a multi in the core is not too much of a consequence to the Royal Champion, but it's that Warden Tower that we worry about the most. However, there is an invisibility spell to help carry this through, but the Royal Champ coming in from the back end, going for the scatter shot with the surrounding Teslas, which makes it a lot harder and forces that ability a bit earlier, but it's a Queen coming in with not only the ability but the range to get to that Warden, which is going to leave this enough for General X to come in and drop down that 3-star, matching Tompinai going 3-3 now, and this is the war that we want to see kicking off. 3-star after 3-star, neither side backing down and definitely displaying their best performances here from the start.
Yeah, that's right. Seeing those Super Dragons in action and trying to identify the first spaces where those Super Dragons are working really, really nice, and then we're most likely going to see some Lalo attacks later on, especially Timtastic, an incredible good Blizzard Lalo attacker. So now I really want to see the next few bases of Repotted, I have to say, because so far teams are obviously like trying to scout the other teams and finding weaknesses. What type of bases do they struggle to attack? And so far it seems like that Repotted have had the idea of running those ring bases, those legend style bases, which are kind of annoying to attack, especially because if you're failing, it's most of the time a really low percentage 2-star, which is obviously a big game changer in those matches, because in the Swiss system we have seen a lot of matches coming down to 14 or even 15 stars. So a good defense is not only 1 star less, but as well those percentage, which can be so important pressure-wise moving forward. So let's see how Tompinai can actually handle those, I guess, more ring bases, because they will probably stick with that style over the match.
Now, what I find interesting coming into the playoffs as compared to what we had with the Swiss bracket is the teams actually have a little bit more insight who they're going to be playing against, which could give a little bit more of an advantage. With the Swiss bracket, we had that different format where the teams are playing against other teams that were within their win-loss range, but they didn't know necessarily who it was going to be and how they were going to defend. So in essence, this does give a little bit more opportunity for these teams to try to defend. But a lot of them know each other so well. I think the biggest contention is going to be teams like Perumania, who came out so strong that no one knew about, but we'll get to see that later today. In the meantime, we've got Aphelion coming in with the Queen Charge Lalo, something he is definitely known for here. And starting this off from the 3 o'clock corner, we have the Baby Dragon helping to set up the funnel for the Queen and force her way through. We do have this jump connection. Now, again, we're looking at a base where we do need to get into that Town Hall compartment, but we also have the Flame Flinger helping to push the Queen along so we can make that jump connection into the Town Hall.
Yeah, and taking a jump is obviously nice for pathing. It makes it way easier, especially on those open bases where wall breakers might not work that well. But at the same time, I mean, there's a reason why those ring bases are so deadly for Queen Chargers, because there is so much damage in the core. So having 1 less rage already can be a big difference maker. So let's see how impactful it's actually going to be, because so far he's actually going kind of cheap on the rages, which is looking good for him. In addition to that, only 1 ground expo, which is even better for him. The question now is, when is he going to place the jump? There we go. Meanwhile, the Flame Flinger clearing out the entire far left side, so you can get the Lalo started soon as well.
Ooh, and that King and Royal Champion picking up some excellent value here. Drops the invisibility spell to give the Royal Champ the opportunity to try and pick up that scatter shot as well here, but it's not going to be quite enough as she gets hung up on the defending RC. Queen, though, in the core of the base, trying to take down the Town Hall. She does have her ability, but contended with the Hound CC and getting held off here as the scatter shot fires away. So this could do it in and cause some problems for Aphelion to have to recover. Queen still standing strong with the healers keeping her alive, has 1 more rage to drop to ensure she gets this done, and she does, and can carry her way through. Loon's coming in now with a beautiful path, but we still have to worry about that multi, but Queen's on the course to take it down.
Yeah, and that scatter on the far right side is looking kind of deadly as well, especially with the Queen getting delayed with this Town of Poison. But there's just so many loons. That should be no big problem whatsoever. That Queen is going to finish things off, and that's how you do those charges. Really, really beautiful done. And take a look. I feel like he has more loons left than he started with. Really nicely done from Almualin, getting another 3-star on the board for Tompinai. And at least so far, it seems like that those ring bases, I think right now, those legend side bases are not working that great for Repotted, but at the same time, we're kind of used to those high stars. So let's see. Because one big defense, that's what I'm all talking about with those ring bases, can be already a match-deciding factor. So let's see and wait how the offense then from Repotted is looking like in this next attack.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a little bit of a sigh of relief coming in from Almualin there, because I think he saw it was getting a little bit hairy and there was the opportunity that it could wind up failing shortly from picking up that 3-star. But he is a seasoned veteran and definitely knows how to handle these situations. But huge, huge value that we are getting to see a lot with the Queen Charges and these hero dives. I think what is underestimated by many players, maybe not on the professional scene, but with the casual players, is how much power you can get out of your heroes to help shape up the pathing for the remainder of your troops, whether it be Lalo or Hogs or anything else coming into it. So when you're watching these wars, make sure you pay attention to the position and the power that these pro players are using coming in to take down key defenses like those town halls, taking down scatter shots. If it's for Lalo's, going for those multis. Let's see what Tyrannus has in store though for Repotted Gaming. Needs to try and keep that 3-star alive so they can keep tied up against Tompinai, who is putting up a big fight, and in here with the Queen Charge Lalo. Now we do have the blimp coming in place, so I'm curious to see if we're going to have a Yeti blimp to help out, or maybe even sail it through into the core of the base where we do have the multi.
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe for the scatter at the bottom side, so we can really charge into that core without having any problems. Because the scatter right now is out of reach, obviously, so that might be an option. The other one is the single phone tower on this far left side, which is as well out of reach for that Queen. But then this means he's going to Lalo through the town hall, which is always a risky thing. And there is exactly this blimp coming in. But there's an early black mine, another black mine, which means 2 out of the black mines already out of the way. But the scatter with that raid together should be easily going down. And this Queen is getting forced into the core where she is supposed to go to take down Clan Castle, to take down Sweeper, Builder Huts, and especially this multi-phone tower, with the possibility of denying all of those core red mines, which are typically around this area. There's some back-end cleanup as well coming in, and the sneaky baby dragon to finish off that eagle.
Yeah, unfortunately, the king was not able to take down that eagle, so a nice way to path this through. Now, we talked a lot about this during the Swiss bracket, are these open-style bases, and the way that we can force the queen coming inside to pick up some huge value out of this. But we still have the town hall standing. We do have a super wall breaker, which I don't think is going to get the queen value coming into the town hall, but we've got a beautiful shape to come in and start navigating the Lalo to come in to take down that town hall, just reserving that warden ability. But Royal Champ coming in for the rescue to work alongside with the queen, cleaning up the pathing and keeping it on a direct course to the town hall. Look at this hound go, picking up the traps, soaking them up along the way, and freezing up that Giga Inferno to give some power to the loons as they make their approach in.
Yeah, and I think especially important was that he was able to trigger that tornado trap, because with that, those loons can now leave the town of poison kinda quickly. With that tornado trap still being there, those loons would have been trapped inside that town of poison. That is always deadly for those loons. More loons are coming in from the back end, but as long as this scatter is falling, the queen can finish off the rest anyways, because time is around 35 seconds left with a lot of minion, and even the magical cleanup headhunters are there as well. And this means it is going to be another 3-star. Both teams so far are on fire, coming to play today, knowing that today matters to get into this next round, because the Swiss stage, you kind of had the possibility of, yeah, maybe 1, even 2 matches you could lose and still get into this next stage. But today and tomorrow, it's going to be, well, you win or you're out, and that's it. Otherwise, no second chances. So today counts, and so far both teams are living up to the hype which they brought into this tournament.
They definitely are. There's no forgiveness, no mercy in this war. It's basically do or die at this point that they have to come in and get these 3 stars rolling through. Any small slip up is going to give the advantage to the other team. They are fighting hard, which is exactly what we expect and what we want to see from both sides. And again, you know, we know these teams from the World Championships and the qualifiers last year, and they seem to just keep exceeding expectations time and time again, showing the power that they bring into the mix. The defense is unfortunately not enough to hold back. We'll see if that's going to come into play later. And that's also a strategy that we talk about is, when do you bring in your heaviest defenses? Is it a little bit later in the game? Do you just wait patiently to hold off, knowing that they're going to have to face off against MS Esports and try and bring some defenses to hold off against them as well? But let's see, because we have Eltano coming in. They both teams now going perfect so far. Again, these ring-style bases that you're talking about, that we have to find the course coming in, pushing our way deeper inside. We've got the double layer wall break to start pushing in, but this is not necessarily where we want the Lalo to come through. We want it working around the outer perimeter. So first wall break in, we've got another one coming in, but this is a long way to get to the town hall. So I am interested to see the pathing that's going to work through and maybe using the king to try and push the connection along.
Yeah, and it's a big surprise to me that he's actually using a Sui Lalo attack onto a ring base, because whenever you're asking pro players about like why and what are the most annoying bases to attack and why you might not use that strategy in Legend, it is ring bases. They're really painful to attack, but he seems to like this entry. Because, I mean, so far, you have to say, he took down so much already of this base. We're in a really nice shape as well. With taking out the sweeper, you can make sure that he's starting this out from the far right side. And the pathing into the town hall, especially with his tester, is really, really awesome. So now it's all about what is inside that clan castle. That's the big question. And wait a second, is he even taking down the town hall? Those were just the heroes. And that's the crazy thing, how those pros using the heroes. There's the freeze. Queen ability, is he getting down the town hall? That's the big question. The Queen ability is in and the town hall is going down. That's so much value. Incredible hero dive.
That is probably the most insane hero dive that I've ever seen come through. Expecting that to actually work the way it did. Navigation was perfect, but it did have a slight risk of the Queen pulling to the 9 o'clock side of the base rather than coming in and losing all its value. But the Lalo coming in from that supporting edge on the outside. Stone Slammer opening up, and we have the scatter shot to contend with. No freezes, but he's got the rage to push these loons along, and of course the spread that helps out with any splash item. 57 seconds is more than enough to go, and Eltano flexing in with one of the most superb hero dives we have seen yet for another 3-star on the board. Tompinai going with 9 stars, 3 for 3, and not letting up on Repotted Gaming today.
What was that? That's all what I can say to this attack. That was just insane. I mean, we see sometimes Blizzard Lalo on those ring bases where you try to blizzard a corner and send your heroes into the core to take down the town hall. But he didn't use any of that, like the beginning with the Blizzard, with the spells investment, with the siege investment. No, he just used his heroes and got into that core. That was just incredible. And I mean, so far it definitely looks like that Tompinai are training in Legends. And that's something which all of you guys out there as well should always consider. Most of those pros are really doing their daily Legend attacks, not like to know which bases they're about to attack in the next pro match or something. It's all about the routine, how you react, know certain things, how to attack ring bases, what you have to look out for, how to attack certain type of bases. So it is such an important thing. So if you're looking forward to improve your own gameplay, Legend is guaranteed the place to be. Even if you're not that high, just getting this daily routine in is really, really important. And you see this paying off. Like, they're smashing those ring bases so far from Repotted, and all what Repotted can do at this point is keep responding and keep answering them as well with 3 stars, because the pressure they're building up is really immense, I think, with like non-stop getting this first attack in and always 3-starring.
Yeah, I'm not even going to say what I want to say right now, but these 3 stars seem to keep rolling in. Let's see what Largo can do if he can keep that streak that you mentioned alive. So coming in and actually switching it up. I know there are a lot of players out there that want to see the ground attacks, and here you go. Largo with the Queen Charge hybrid. Now, we need to make the pass, take on this Town Hall. When you're coming in with your hybrids, easiest way is to take on the Town Hall. You can work your hybrid through it, but it's not the safest or easiest approach to go because you lose a lot of value and drops that invisibility spell to keep the Queen back on course. These are lifesaver spells here. These can come in very clutch, as you see here. He's got the secondary wall break to force the Queen along into this Town Hall compartment, as he has already shaped up what he needs coming through, but needs to keep an eye on that Rocket Loon as it makes its way to the Queen and keep her alive without having to force that ability prematurely.
Yeah, for now it looks really good. He's trying to do out the rest of the Clan Cars as well, which he's doing right now with this sneaky Hog Rider right there. Needs to freeze that single, needs to freeze that Town Hall. The Queen is dropping dangerous low, but staying alive for now. Is she going to dodge that single Inferno Tower? That's the question, and the answer is no, she is not. Now the question is, where's the hybrid coming in? Hybrid, kind of not that often seen anymore, but when it's getting used, it typically is really, really successful and has a really decent hit rate overall. So let's see if that's going to be, but oh my lord, that were a lot of spring traps right there already early on. So let's see how many more spring traps there are.
Spring traps and giant bombs gets the heal down early, but also forces the Warden ability quite early here as well as we try and make our way through the Queen. And it's unfortunate because we would have wanted to try and pass it through into the multi section. We do have double multi combination, so this means the heal has to come through and the Queen has to support on the back end where we have the remaining splash damage with the scatter shot and the Wizard Tower. This Queen needs to survive. He's got the ability to do it, but we also have the King coming in from the 12 o'clock compartment to go for the Eagle and provide support. Royal Champ has already expended her ability, but the hybrid is still going strong in this, and of course we have the reinforcement of Hogs coming out of that siege barracks to help out here as well.
Yeah, there were so many hybrid troops actually getting taken down early on in this attack, but somehow some of them survived, and things which were looking really bad for Largo in the beginning turned around for him because the defending king is down, the defending defense is all down, and this means the gold storage is falling as well. You can see Happy right there, you can see the celebration coming in. So yeah, I think they were a little bit nervous seeing the first couple of spring traps hitting their miners and Hawk Riders, but he pushed things through, and that's kind of the power of the hybrid. If not all of those springs are against this hybrid, in some miracle way you can still get those 3 stars with this army sometimes, and that was one of those cases.
Yeah, and you know, it's quick thinking, you know, the drop of the invisibility spell to keep the Queen on course, and also the early use of the Warden ability. I mean, everything doesn't always go to plan the way that you expect it to, and that's where you need to be able to adapt on the fly and know when the best way to use the power of what you have. And again, we talk about the power of the heroes, and that King definitely showcased the power that he brings along with it, helping to meet up in the 12 o'clock compartment and ensure that everything worked through. So the more that you know your heroes when you're doing the Legend Leagues pushes and also doing your friendly challenges is where you're really going to get to see the power and how you can best use them. But that Queen certainly kept things going strong. And when you're planning these hybrids, these are the things that you need to look at, is the potential start of it and where you might need to adjust. If you have a plan A, B, and C, that's always going to help you out, but also know where your Queen can help out on any additional splash damage for the back end, which did help Largo indeed with this. So Itsu, we are still tied up 9-9. Neither side backing down on this. We are getting closer and closer to see if anyone is going to crack. But we've got Hawk, aka Mammoth, coming in, one of the new additions to the Tompinai team. And he was the MVP through the Swiss bracket, coming in with, we've got Super Drag attack, using the lightning spells to knock out the air sweeper to help with the position and pathing of these Super Drags.
Yeah, and one thing which I want to bring up as well is the majority of our matches which we casted over the Swiss stage were actually 15-14. So it is going to be going into that direction at the moment. So let's see if the MVP for Tompinai from that Swiss stage can actually get them the next star with this Super Dragon army composition. He's not using the Warden ability early on. Like, that's what you typically see. Double Rage, Warden ability, that's it. Pretty much like a default print, which you can do on most of those bases. But he's really trying to delay that Warden ability for the core, and there it goes. Town Hall should go down. The Super Dragons are splitting nicely, so that not all of them should get caught in that Town Hall poison. I mean, take a look at that Queen. It is really important to keep that Queen, and especially the Unicorn, alive, because as long as this core is dropping, as long as those Expos are falling, things are looking promising for Hawk right there. And with that, next Expo is on the menu.
Oh, it definitely is. And you can see the drag still powering through strong. King with that delayed ability carrying through the outside edge of the base. Royal Champ still alive with her ability, hopping over those walls, getting to the defenses that the Queen can't reach, but she helps force that Royal Champ to come inside, and the drags, of course, will come through to help finish off the day with a final freeze that can be used for the back end, helping either with the Expos or even the splash from that Wizard Tower. This is a done deal. Hawk knows he has this one secured, and this keeps the 3 stars rolling through. VN Tompinai not backing down, not letting up. They're making this look so easy, and I will say the kind of approach coming in with your super drags coming through a town hall like that is not always the easiest approach. But you mentioned the delay on the Warden ability, and that is exactly why, because he's coming into the core of the base rather than having an outlying town hall that you can use it coming in for your super drags. But absolutely stunning 3-star, and we've got 12 stars on the board, so pressure is surmounting now for our RPG.
Yeah, and he finished in style as well, with the Unicorn switching to the Super Dragon, the most broken Super Dragon charge in history. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, it's always kind of cool to see the pets then joining with troops instead of like heroes, because when all of the heroes are taken down, it's always kind of funny. But yeah, you said it, 12 stars for Tompinai at the moment. Repotted, for them it feels like same day, every day, because they always have to try to catch back up to Tompinai, because they're so far always getting those 3 stars in, and then Repotted has to answer. That's like an interesting thing with like different metas which we had over the time. I mean, maybe a year back, it was the team which attacked as second always had an advantage, because they knew what to expect from the other team and what they have to look out for percentage-wise, if there might be a head or something. But if like in the current meta, when you keep pressuring the other team, it feels really, really strange, because you cannot get a lead on your own. The other team first has to mess up, otherwise you have no chance of getting that lead. And so far, Repotted, they need to stay in this mindset-wise. So let's see if Mac can do that. The MVP, I think, so far for Repotted from the Swiss stage. And starting things off with this Yeti Blimp onto an Expo and Scatter. That's some great value right there. And then he's going to wall break onto the corner of this Expo, I believe, to make sure that he's getting access to the Singaphone Tower and the Town Hall. And there we go with that wall break. And I don't know, I think the wall break looks kind of obvious, so let's see if there's anything baited or if there's anything trapped, because this wall break looks incredible. Like, a lot of value, a lot of compartments are open just for this Queen to trade the perfect pathing, to be honest.
Yeah, this is looking stunning. And notice no rage down for the Yeti blimp, that Yeti blimp, because there's no surrounding heroes. So this gives more power for the Queen to charge her way through to help out. We do have the super minions coming in and opts to freeze them up. Typically the poison is the better option to try and hold them back, but Queen able to hang on strong here, barely, but he's gonna have to keep these rages coming through. Town Hall going down, and Queen stays alive. No baits yet, but he needs to keep these Coco Loons coming in to keep them going through. Now we do have the Drag Riders coming in from the 4 o'clock side, sweeping their way in, and the King from the outskirts to try and ensure that they don't split too far out, of course. But the Queen standing strong, and she's even got easy access to work her way outside and help with the cleanup.
Yeah, now it kind of depends on those black ones. We know those Dragon Riders got quite a few nerfs over the time, which means Black Mines really hit hard on them. But so far it looks like with the Royal Champ ability still left on this only one back-end compartment, things are not looking too bad. I think he might even rage that Royal Champion to take down the scatter, because otherwise this Queen might be able to finish off the job. There's the rage now for the Royal Champion. Double skeleton trap coming up. But that's just too late. The Queen is going to survive. There's one lonely Dragon Rider surviving as well. And this means he is going to finish off this base with another 3-star. Both teams so far perfect. 4 out of 4 for both teams. Wow, what a match. I mean, that's just the first match today, and it's already going crazy.
I don't know if that's a lucky cactus that he has in the background that he's flexing there for the win. But 12-12 here, we're coming mighty close to these teams having the final opportunity to get their say in, and we might need to look at time at some point, depending if things continue in the same direction. I dare not say the words, Itsu. I know you know what I want to say, but
Let's use
dare
the jinx power from us to make sure that we have not the first ever in history. I believe it would be the first ever in a golden ticket qualifier, 15-15. I think we never had that in history. Maybe the chat can correct me on that, but it would be kind of crazy to start things off this playoff stage with a 15-15 match. But let's see if our nice speech was enough to make one of those teams fail. But Tompinai should come in next. I mean, I'm open to see what they're bringing next. So far, Repotted only with Ring, with Legend-style bases, which hasn't really worked out that great. But as well, one thing to keep in mind, the lowest hit rate, like attack position-wise, was, I believe, if I can remember correctly from the chase with Ace stats, the last attack position. So maybe we're going to see, let's see how things are going to shape up. But I think we're going to see another Tompinai Lalo attack onto another ring base. Let's see how things are looking. Or maybe they're already going for a time. Who knows? Maybe they're saying, okay, we don't see the time at the moment. Maybe they're saying, okay, we want to have another Super Dragon attack to speed up the time, because Super Dragons are kind of quick with this 3-star triple rate. But no, we're seeing another Queen Charge Lalo. They're just going for the safe approach, making sure, safe kind of, but going for the approach 3-star first, and then we have to worry about time or not.
Okay, so pressure is on, and you were right that Chase Ace did say the 5th position was the one that had the lowest hit rate. And a lot of that is due to pressure, but hold up, we don't get to see this quite often. The wall wrecker coming in from Rigo Torres to push this Queen Charge along. Now, looking at the Lalo, we don't have a lot of loons. We only have the 1 Hound, 21 loons. We need some of these loons for the Coco loons as well. So that means we need a deep dive hero push coming in to help get into the core of the base, get to that town hall, clear it out, and use Lalo for the surrounding back end. But this is relying on a lot to get into the core and opening up. We've got the Yetis to take on that single targeting Inferno and give the Queen a little bit more passage, but the King isn't enough to force the Queen inside that line edge to the town hall. This pathing and navigation is beautiful.
Yeah, but he needs to be careful because he already lost that Queen ability, and with that, he needs to be really, really careful. There is now the Rage and Invisibility spell to make sure that the single Inferno Tower is taken down next, but there's only one more Rage and no Queen ability left, and only one freeze, and he needs to take down this town hall. If that's not going to happen, things are looking really bad for Rigo Towers, and that could be one of those defenses Repotted are looking for. And he's starting with the Lalo. He's starting with the Lalo right away. He knows he needs to do something about this. The Rage is deployed. And with that, he has to face ground expos around the Eagle, the Town Hall, and the Queen. So a lot of things are on the same page right there. And I don't know, the Lalo seems to be quite early, which he has to do, but at the same time, there's so much on the back end. Do you think this can still work?
Yeah, so the Royal Champion, he drops in on the back end, has her ability, but again, no spell support in this. Queen able to take down the Town Hall, but is it going to be enough for her to get through to the scatter shot? And you mentioned we had the Lalo coming in relatively early here and likely to help support the Queen, trying to get this done. That 5th position looking like it is going to be the final kiss of death, and you can see the frustration on his face, knowing that he did not have enough power to come through. Headhunter's not enough to take on the single and the scatter shot that still stands here. 34 seconds as the Warden and Electro Owl try and do their best to take this on, but it is not going to be enough. A high percentage 2-star is the best he can do, but he's lost the streak of going for that perfect war. 96% here with a little bit more to pick up, but that single is going to be his demise. Oh, this Warden leaving him at a 98%. Considering that Queen ability was popped early, this was a beautiful turnaround. So this means 99% 2-star is all that Repotted Gaming, I say all, but that is what they need.
It's kind of like a 3-star, right? I mean, you cannot plan an attack to be a 99%. At the same time, we don't know how the time looks like, right? So maybe even a complete tie on percentage and stars is already enough for Repotted. We don't know. Both teams used those super dragons early on, so time could be on any side. It's going to be interesting. They have to go for those 3-star, and it's going to be a lot of pressure because I feel like, I don't know, when the other team just failed, it's even more pressure because it's just showing you that you can fail as well, especially as last attacker, and Timtastic is the man to do it with his Blizzard Lalo. One of the best Blizzard Lalo attackers out there. So now the question is, can he show this off and get this 3-star versus Eltano to get Repotted into the next round?
Yeah, so coming in.
Oh, Tornado.
Oh, Tornado holding this off, and the Giant Bomb. We do have the connection to the Town Hall and able to keep this surviving to get the value needed. Oh, you can see he is happy he's gotten this done and picked up what he needed. We also have the CC lure, so we can take it to a nice dark corner and start picking it off. And I just want to quickly say, you say it's not easy to get that 99%, but I think sometimes your Legend League's attacks often show that you seem to have a knack for that from time to time. So we'll see if Timtastic can push that through. And the 3-star really is the ultimate goal to finish this off with what we were talking about, those 14 to 15-star wars. Royal Champ coming in actually to make the connection, which is going to give even more value for the Queen to work along from the opposite side with the King.
Yeah, I really think that this entry did not really work out as he wanted things to go, because this ground expo surviving with like 1 HP. This is costing him to use that Royal Champ ability early on. Maybe with the Royal Champ ability at this point, he could have taken down both sweepers with that bounce, but instead he has to face a lot of damage, and losing that ability early on is something crucial because we know how powerful those heroes can be, and this entire left side seems to be trapped. And the question now is, can he take down the multi-Fern Tower and the sweeper, as I said, our left staying up? Is this going to be the first defense as well from Tompinai, from Eltano, with the Lalo coming from the top side? The Queen, though, walking into that compartment because it is open to deny wall breakers. But this obviously means the Queen can just walk inside and might even take down the sweeper. And this is good news for the Lalo of Timtastic then.
Oh, that sweeper going down would be huge, but the Queen dies out before it goes, so the Loons will get pushed back, meeting with traps along the way, and the Royal Champion still up and alive, and picking off these Loons as they make their way through the multi, but the Warden ability timing helping to spare them come through. We also have the Electro Owl trying to pick them off, but this is not an easy go. He's got one final haste to try and sweep into the Wizard Tower, where we have that splash damage, but still more air sweepers to get through, more traps to try and work out, and only 28 seconds left to go with a big spread on this Itsu. He needs the 99 or 3-star to get this done, and it is coming mighty close. Is it going to be enough time to do it with the Loons splitting up? Itsu, he's got the biggest smile on his face, knowing that he's got the 3-star and perfect war for the win, knocking out Tompinai. Now, they were down on average star count, but they had the higher percentage lead, and RPG now flexing, coming in, and they will meet up later today against MS Esports.
What a match, keeping our streak alive with the 15 to 14 matches. And what a finish this was. Overall, incredible match. 15-14, 100 to 99.6%. Wow, that was just an incredible match overall, and just one queen ability kind of deciding the match, which got used too early, or like got forced too early, and we can see out of the percentage over the entirety of this match on your screen right now. The player stats are there, and this means Repotted are moving out into the next round, and Tompinai, yes, they're dropping out of this Queso Cup.
Yeah, Tompinai, unfortunately, out for the count. That 98% definitely hurting on this one. And they had one heck of a performance, so kudos to Tompinai for their path leading through. An excellent journey for them, of course, through the Swiss bracket, through the qualifiers, and for today's match. But this does mean that we will get to see Repotted Gaming facing off later against MS Esports, but we also get to take a quick look at a replay, and I think the one that I'd really love to look at is actually Altano. Altano definitely displayed something that I think we don't often get to see, and that was the prowess of how you can charge through in those ring style bases in a very unique way. This is not always the easiest push. Ring style bases, we see these set up in order to try and trick placement, to try and deter where you're going. So they do require some big heavy funnels, and we can see it's kicked off with the king from the 6 o'clock edge and the queen working her way through from the 9 o'clock side. But the whole premise is to get our way into that town hall with only 2 super wall breakers. But he does notice, if you see where the single targeting inferno is towards the core of the base, there is that opening in the wall. But this is where it lies, the trickery of trying to get your queen pathed in so she's got the range and reach to get to the town hall and not taking on too much damage. Now, a symmetrical style base can help in those ways, but the king has already cleared out the majority of the pass, and you don't want the queen to lose too much focus, especially when we bring in the royal champion to come through. But he cut this so perfectly with the use of the heroes, and it does show how patience plays off and how you can use your heroes with just limited amounts of wall breaks, taking advantages of the openings by funneling your troops coming through. So this is where it gets tricky, is ensuring that the queen actually makes her way in, pathing away from the scatter shot without having to use an invisibility, but does drop that and reserve it so she has enough power to take down the town hall. When you're coming in with these kind of attacks, you have the Lalo, you don't necessarily want to push your Lalo into the core, so these hero approaches are a way to go. Something to definitely practice in your Legends League's attacks, or even take this base, rebuild it, practice it, and learn how to do these openers, because this is going to help your gameplay considerably. But notice the position of the Stone Slammer coming in on the inline edge, a perfect spot, because we still have that damage zone where we want to soak up and absorb the traps along the way and also provide the tanking. But it's the hastes, the rages that all sweep everything coming across, and you can see the beautiful pathing that leads through. So I really have to give a huge shout out and kudos to what we saw from Altano on this one, because this was absolutely stunning to see the approach to come in and get that huge value leading so deep into the base without having to expend a jump or additional super wall breaker. And this is how the pros do it. It wasn't the win for VN Tompinai at the end of the day, but we saw some excellent attacks coming in from both sides, and we're looking forward to seeing the incredible attacks that we have coming in from the next matches as well, Itsu. And coming up next, we've got Absolute Zero facing off against Aphelion.
That should be another great match. To be honest, out of those teams which made it through that Swiss stage are incredible in getting those consistent 3 stars. And I cannot wait till things get started. But before that, we should take a look at the rosters. Absolute Zero coming in with Takana, Jishin, Komakun, Morio, and Uzi. And on the other side, we have Aphelion Esports.
Ooh, so this Aphelion Esports team is a different one from what we saw in the World Championships last year. This is the former Titan Global Gaming TGG team, German team that is very strong. And on their lineup, we have Mark, Eyewitness, Gabrielle, Gandalf, and Camille. And they have definitely been proving themselves strong, as have Absolute Zero. I mean, these are two teams that we've been seeing incredible results coming from, and we get to look at the Swish stage stats with them both going 3-2 to make their way here, and actually super close on the average stars, 13.8 to 13.6, and even average destruction isn't that far off.
Yeah, that's just crazy how close they are. And both MVPs going 5 out of 5. I mean, that's a showcase of pure strength. So let's see how they're going to meet up in this match today, because this time they were able to prepare for each other, trying to learn the tendencies, trying to somehow scout the opponent and see what they like to run on offense, on defense, what they like to trap and what they like to do. So we have seen how much impact already one defense might have on a matchup overall, because the hit rates are so incredible high. So I'm more open to see what type of bases they're going to bring, because I think it's so cool to see every single team having a different understanding of the meta, having different approaches, and think what the other team might struggle against. Like Repotted, they ran the ring bases and it paid off with one defense, which that was all what it takes to get them the victory if you're that confident in your own offense as well. So overall, cannot wait to see the defense layouts, because I think that's going to be the biggest impact. I feel we're going to see a lot of Lalo, and that's exactly what we're starting things off. The MVP for Aphelion Esports is coming in first, and Camille is starting things off with some lightnings, some loons, and some lava hounds.
Okay, so we will see if he can hold on to that MVP status and keep the streak alive for himself and kick it off with a nice 3-star start. We've got the Ice Golem to provide the tank for the Queen coming into that Town Hall position. Nice, easy opening. Plus, we've got the Loon trying to take a little distraction off of that Archer Tower, but the Queen is pulling to the outside edge. He's going to have to try and readjust and funnel this coming in to get the Queen back on course, because she does not make her way in the way he had expected. So drops the invisibility spell to get her back and set in place, while the King takes on that 12 o'clock compartment to completely clear it out. Royal Champ will have the opportunity to try and pick up more, but without the invisibility, it means she's not going to take on the multi-targeting Inferno.
Yeah, but I think he got everything he was hoping for. The Slammer now should, the first Black Man, the Slammer now should go into that direction of the core, but the Sweeper might be a problem. The Pups are staying alive as well on defense, so they might steal a little bit more of damage. The Slammer now not going into the core, that might be a bigger problem for him. But let's see how he's going to deal with that multi-Fire Tower Sweeper combination, because there's still a couple of spells left which he can use. Warden ability is covering some of those headhunters, getting speeded into that compartment. But are they going to take down the Queen? That's the question. Yes, the Queen is going down. And with that, he just has to make sure that those loons are staying alive now.
Yeah, Loon's actually doing very well, and the Stone Slammer taking the brunt of the Air Sweeper, still holding strong to actually open up and provide what's needed to take on the multi. The Freeze holding it off as well here, and the Loons have what they need. We have the Baby Dragon on the back end, but we still have to worry about the splash from the Wizard Tower coming in. If he gets a good spread on the Loons, this is going to help out, especially with the Electro Owl and the Warden coming in. The spread is there. The Warden's helping out, and with 53 seconds left to go, and the storages are spread, but there's going to be enough time to get this done. Camille is going to keep that 3-star streak going strong. He went 5 for 5, now coming in with the 6, but we got to worry about that King still, who is distracting those minions. So as long as the Loons make their way to the storage, it's all good here. And there we go, Itsu. It is a done deal. And Camille stays strong as the MVP.
Nicely done. And it's always so cool to see those Lalo players in action. I think it's so admiring. Not the Lalo attack, like overall as well, obviously, but I think just every single spell. I have talked about that, some of the players as well. One thing which is so crazy is how much value they're getting out of those single spells. For example, if a regular clasher is playing a freeze, he's already feeling fancy when he's catching like an Inferno Tower in an Expo, for example. But the pros, they might maybe pushing it 2 more tiles to the side and catching another defense as well. And those things can really add up, especially on those Lalo attacks where they're moving so quickly with those haste. So one impactful freeze can already have a huge impact. So really nicely done over there. And this means we have as well a match which is starting with 3 stars. Really looking forward to see if we have again a match which is going that crazy with the hit rate overall. We know those teams are more than regular getting those high scores in the matches. So looking forward to see what Episode 0 can bring. And they're coming in with the Queen Charge Dragon Rider. I like to call it the dead strategy because so many people said Dragon Riders are dead after the last change. Well, let's see if that's going to be true. Oh my! That coconut loon right there triggered all of those red mines. Gandalf, Aphelion Esports predicted that Queen Charge and they tried to defend it with the red bomb farm. That is, oh my, that was so close of a disaster. Those healers could have been gone within a second otherwise.
Oh, but Uzi definitely keeping on point here to ensure that there are no hiccups. We do have that super barb to help with some of the cleanup, but we've got the log launcher to come in for the queen. Now, what I often say about this style attack is we can see some issues with it. This is one style attack that can often tend to 1-star if you don't get it right, but it depends on what you bring in with the log launcher. Because we have the single right up towards the edge of the base, but we also have the multi. I'm curious to see if he's coming in with the ice golem combination. That would actually help out quite a bit, but we often do see healers coming out and cocoa loons to help pick up any traps so that the healers survive a little bit longer and give the queen what she needs. Now we do have the log launcher to take on that single targeting inferno, so additional healers actually might be a nice shout coming into this with the cocoa loons, of course. Raging up that queen, getting everything alive, and there you go, that extra healer and the loons coming in to finish us off, and we've got the path set and shaped up for the drag riders. But if the queen doesn't get that town hall down, this is where we worry, because the royal champ does come along with this. This is an all or nothing attack, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. And I feel like those loons from the lock launcher were meant to take down that multi-phone tower in the core. Or let's see if some of the Dragon Riders are actually splitting off and taking that multi-phone tower down. Otherwise, those healers are going down kind of quickly. The warning ability now, but no! The warning ability is a little bit too late. The queen, a lot of damage on her. There's the ability. Those healers are taking so much damage. The warning ability a bit earlier, and he would have protected 2 out of those Dragon Riders. And the core would have been already taken down. The town hall by now is down, but oh no, the test around the back end. I don't know if this is going to work.
Yeah, the drag riders thinned out a little bit too much. King trying to provide protection, but we've got 2 invisibilities and 2 freezes to try and help out the king and queen. The only problem is Uzi has 35 seconds left to go, 33 now, to push his way through. Drops the invisibility, giving the queen just a little bit more life, giving the warden more time here, but still needs a big push coming in. Minions surrounding the storages as the king tries to break his way through the wall. 18 seconds, is it enough? Freezes up the archer tower to give this drag rider a final fighting chance. More storages to get through. And with 7 seconds left, he gets the job done despite several hiccups along the way. So again, we are tied up 3-3 from the start. Neither of these teams slipping up quite yet.
Yeah, we saw the perfect showcase that those Dragon Riders are still left alive and they're fighting. They're there to take down bases left and right. So the huge thing about those Dragon Riders is just that they do not need any spells most of the time. And you can put every single resource into whatever is left in your army composition. If you're doing a Queen Charge, you can put every single freeze and rage into that Queen Charge in general. So that's why they're so powerful. And Uzi was showing that off really nicely right there. Now we have the other team again. We have Aphelion coming in next. The question is, do we have this crazy 3-star streak coming up again, or do we have a defense early? That's the big question to me in this matchup. I cannot wait to see what Aphelion is bringing up next.
Yeah, well, we definitely see that these teams are thinking about defenses, especially with that last attack, but it did not catch Absolute Zero off guard. They are trying to keep on their toes here, and I think that's what each of these teams are going to do. So Gandalf coming in. We've got the Lalo with the Sui push coming through. Queen working her way into this Town Hall compartment. We've got the wall break as well to start navigating, which means we could push the King in a little bit deeper, though I think the King would rather do some better work coming in from that scatter shot position. And here we go, Queen coming back around where we want to see her go to take on the Town Hall. This means we get more value coming deeper inside the base. Depending on how we get this King coming in, we could get a lot of value from the Royal Champ to try and push deeper inside for the multi, but if not, we do have the Stone Slammer to help with this.
Yeah, the Queen should now take down the tunnel without any problems, but the King now is getting forced into that bottom copper. Oh, wait a second, the King, is it getting pushed back? No way! The King is staying on the outside, and that's now really, really bad news for Gandalf, because that King is not going to come back, especially because this Royal Champion taking down that scatter right there. And now we have those Headhunters coming in. The Raged Up Headhunter, can the Raged Up Headhunter take down the Queen? That would be huge, and yes, the quick thinking is paying off. But now the question is, can he still pull this through with those super minions not taken down yet? And the Eagle staying alive with barely any HP.
Yeah, and the Royal Champ's already expended that ability. I doubt he's going to use the invisibility spell to get more out of her and decide to use it coming in for the loons. There is a lot of base to Lalo here. Stone Slammer needs to take that inline edge, but we also have the Air Sweeper to worry about. It is making its way towards the multi, but so are several of the loons getting pushed back. This is where we want to soak up the traps, move along, and the Warden still hanging on to this ability as he knows that he's got to get through the Scatter Shot and Wizard Tower combination. Only one invisibility spell left over, but the Stone Slammer needs to make its way into the core so the loons can support from the surrounding edges, but we still have double Wizard combination, all that splash, and that's where we want to try and hold off the invisibility spell as the loons make their approach.
Yeah, I think he's just hoping and protecting the Dragon Rider, which is most likely coming from this Slammer right there. That's his best shot, and he can still strike the backhand Wizard Tower. He has still 2 loons left, which he can use. 30 seconds as well. The Tornado Trap is now popping up as well, with those minions getting taken down. The Single Inferno Tower right now is getting dodged. Now the question is, can he keep that Dragon Rider alive, which was inside that Slammer? There's the invisibility spell, as we have said, taking down the Single Inferno Tower, and oh my goodness, can Gandalf turn things around? The Single Inferno Tower is going down, then the Warden as well, and now the Dragon Rider is coming in, is closing in, and you can see there is the fist in the air, and he is, I mean, it wasn't even over yet for us, but he's getting that done. What a save! The King walking the wrong way. That's already where my tablet would have been already against the wall somewhere. But I mean, he's like just sticking to it, getting this Lalo through, and especially just the patient with this last invisibility spell, knowing that he has to protect this Dragon Rider. Really nicely done, Gandalf showing off how you 3-star, and that was just crazy.
Yeah, these players definitely showing how to work under pressure and how to adapt when things don't go quite to plan, especially with that King not getting the value that was intended. The Royal Champion, of course, not being able to pick up as much because if the King had gotten the value inside that core of the base, the Royal Champ essentially would have taken down a lot of that back end that he wouldn't have had to have contended with. But nonetheless, gets that 3-star on the board, keeps the pressure going, and Chichin needs to come in and also keep applying the pressure. We've got the log launcher to open up the pathing and the Lalo to move along with this. I notice that we have the heal, and often when we see the heals with the Lalo combinations, we use them where we have multis in the core of the base, but I suspect we're going to be trying to open up that core, take it down, so the heal might be helping coming out of that Town Hall position where we should be Laloing from.
And he is investing a lot into the zero dive. There is the log launcher coming in as well to take down this core multi-inferno tower. There's the wall break as well to get that Queen into the scatter. I mean, he's going for just so much value. If he's getting all of that, that would be crazy. Now the invisibility spell, which means the log launcher is opening, and that means the question is more likely, Is he going to get that scatter? I think that's what he would like to get, but I mean, at the moment, it feels like really ambitious to get that far. He has not many more spells. There's now the freeze coming in, the unicorn staying alive, which is huge, keeping that queen alive on the other side. But now the skeletons are coming in. Is he going to freeze again, or is he just going to... Oh my goodness, it's going down, and now the Lalo is starting.
Wow, that was incredible value despite the giant bomb and the skellies there. Queen gets it right to the very end, has opened up beautiful pathing coming in. Now, we've got the Lalo push nice and narrowed out. A little bit of resistance from the air sweeper, but can keep this going through with the haste, moving it along. And we've got so many spells left over, plus 9 additional loons to come in for the back end. A little bit of a split with the Hound coming in from that 3 o'clock side, all meeting together. We've got the skellies coming in to help with the Town Hall, and that heal that's going to help come out, spare these loons, and help work their way through. Rage also coming into play here and getting the remainder of the defenses. Still plenty of power left over. Still have to work its way back up to the Battle Builder hut. But cleanup is down, and he's got plenty of time on the clock to finish this one off.
Yeah, he's trying to lure away the Lava Hound, because if this Lava Hound would pop, actually, this would mean that there is so many defending Lava Pups that those minions would have a really, really rough time, especially considering time is close. So luring that Lava Hound to the top somewhere where no other buildings are left, that is really, really key, and making sure that he is getting that 3-star in, especially this attack. To me, it felt like really, really, I don't know, ballsy, because I don't know. I don't know if I would have actually believed into this attack that he's taking up the Town Hall. He started from both sides with the Lalo and was like, yeah, the Town Hall, it's on the back end, but hey, it will fall somehow. Wow. I mean, he was sure that it's going to fall, so really nicely done and getting the next 3-star on the board, and this means another 3-star. Let it be. We're again 2 attacks in each on both sides, and it's no fails again.
Nope, they are keeping the pressure going. These teams are not backing down because there is a $50,000 prize pool on the line, and at the end of the day, the winner will not only walk away with $30,000 of it, but they'll walk away with the very first golden ticket for the World Championship. So this is exactly the kind of gameplay we expect to see from the top players who have made their way here, fought against hundreds of teams through the qualifiers, worked their way through the 16 teams to come down to the final 8 now in this playoffs. So it's all or nothing, and this we expect nothing less of. The most superb attacks, and while we expect to see some defenses, it's really the momentum that they have building in, where it seems like they're making absolutely 0 mistakes, and if there are any slight errors, they are right there on top, adjusting for them. Now, we do have Gabrielle coming in for Aphelion Esports with the Super Drags. We've got the Town Hall on the backside of the base, and I noticed the clone and invisibility spells. So I'm assuming, I mean, often we do see the clone minion approach, but we're seeing more and more of the blizzard approach coming in for that back end Town Hall here. And the blimp making its way through, but cutting way too early. It is the minions that he has coming in, but that has exceeded way too early to open up. It should have taken down the Town Hall and the single targeting Inferno, and now Gabrielle is going to have to find a way to adjust for this and potentially use those heroes to come in. He has delayed them, so this could help out. But that single is going to reap a lot of damage.
Yeah, and he has the wall break for his heroes, which is good, because then he can just start them at this 9 o'clock. But this sweeper in the beginning gave him a lot of problems actually to enter into this core. And the blimp, as you said, it really had a lot of problems of actually getting even to the core against that sweeper. And then we had 2 defending air heroes, the Royal Champ and the Queen over there, to protect that pathing. And I mean, so far it's looking really, really good. Oh, there's the invisibility spell just in time, because he needs that Queen ability for the Town Hall. I mean, otherwise things are looking a little bit rough. The King around the top side, or can he somehow save this? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It is Super Dragons, so everything is possible, because there is still a couple of Super Dragons left somehow. And he has the Royal Champ now deployed.
Yeah, so invisibility spell for the Super Dragons because of the single targeting Inferno. It does help out with the Royal Champ coming in. And the best thing about this, I said, oh no, once I saw that Hound come out, but it went directly for the King, who's pulled it out of the way of the Queen, of the Royal Champion. But is there enough power to finish off? Royal Champ now met with a Hound. Multi still stands, and there is far too much left with the scatter shot on the 3 o'clock side. That entire compartment will not go down. And unfortunately, because of that misclick, that early open of the blimp falling too short, Gabriel is not going to be able to pick up the 3-star, but how high can he pick up this percentage? The 90% range is typically where you want to be. The pup's trying to knock out the minions, and he is left with an 87%, just shy of where he wanted to go. So this leaves a huge opening now for Absolute Zero to come in and claim a very big lead.
Yeah, this would be obviously a lot of pressure then as well. I mean, so far we have not talked too much about the pressure game because, I mean, at the first match, we did always have the same amount of stars pretty much on both sides. So seeing now then, yeah, the first time in this playoff stage that the team is getting this early lead or like pushing this early lead, then that's obviously the question because so far Absolute Zero, they still have to attack to get the lead. If they fall short, if they get 2 stars and below that percentage mark, they might be still behind. So things are still open and they have to deliver first, but the window or like the door is wide open for them to get this lead on on their side. And as well, I mean, it is the first golden ticket qualifier of this year, which means there is a lot of pressure on the line. So there's something to keep in mind as well.
Definitely something to keep in mind. And we get to see more of the super drag attacks that you said. You know, a lot of people were worried that it was dead, but it's not. We still see a lot of great power coming in with these. Queen Charge to kick it off. She's got some nice easy access leading her way around through towards this town hall position, but actually coming in from the scatter shot side. But we do have the 2 additional super wall breakers to give her her course, moving into that town hall and shaping up more of a path for those drag riders to work their way through. And I noticed a stone slammer, which can actually help cut the funnel a little bit more and keep the pathing tight and tightly knit together to get the most value out of these super drags.
Yeah, but the wall break looks awesome. If that Queen is going there right now, she's going really far to this right side. Let's hope that she's not doing the wall breaker move and choosing a juicy looking wall to take through that. But no, so far it looks like that. Wait a second, she's going for the tester next, and then she should follow actually into that single Inferno Tower around the Town Hall. But that multi-Inferno, depending on how the sweeper looks, or like how the sweeper is like pushing those healers back, this might be bad news for him. Another rage, and there's now the Slammer coming in, but I don't think the Slammer is going for the multi-Inferno Tower, or is he?
Going right for that Wizard Tower. So let's see. Oh, it's not going to push back in. So that is going to stand, and he's going to need to compensate for it. But a delayed Royal Champion actually helps out with this. Also coming in with the Headhunters to help take down the defending King. That's going to protect the Royal Champion here in this slightly, slowing his effects down and giving the Royal Champ the ability to hold on to a little bit later. Queen taking forever and a day to make it to the Town Hall, but she's got her ability intact and will be able to stand the test of time. We also have a freeze and an invisibility to hold on while the drag riders come through to the back end of the base. A very nicely placed freeze to hold off that scatter shot and its effects. And here comes that invisibility spell to give the final push.
What a beautiful invisibility spell. Not only protecting that Royal Champion, but as well the Inferno Dragon and the Dragon Rider. Meanwhile, the Queen is going through that Town Hall. There is the red bombs. But I mean, those red bombs were too late for this swords, too late for this base to save anything. And with that, we have a really nice overkill 3-star right there. And that was the important 3-star for them, because now they're putting up this pressure against this Aphelion Esports squad to make sure that they are leading now with 1 star and pretty solid percentage as well.
Absolutely. So having the 1-star advantage and the percent by quite a bit does put them in a very nice position, but they need to see what kind of defenses they can continue to hold against Aphelion, because just Because there's an 87% 2-star does not mean that Aphelion doesn't have any tricks up their sleeves. We saw the sneaky traps they had along the way, but this also was the early warning that Absolute Zero needs to stay on their toes. And we have yet to see Komakun, who is the MVP, to still attack, who went 5 for 5 during the Swiss bracket. So he has a very nice long standing through his play series so far. And that almost indicates that he is very unlikely to fail his attack. So that could be just one more triple to come in on the board for them.
Was that the jinx? Was that the powerful jinx right there? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, obviously. But we have now the next attackers coming in for Aphelion. And they, as I said, they need now to deliver the next 3-star. If they now, I don't know, show any more weakness, I think this could be a done match for Absolute Zero. And it is actually going to be a Queen Charge hybrid attack for this attack onto this base from Takana, and we have 17 minus 9 Hawk Riders overall. And since we have, how many? We have 1 bomb tower around the town hall, and then the bomb tower on the far left side as well. So 1 bomb tower taken down early on in a hybrid, never a bad thing. So the question now is the Queen stepping as he is intending, or as intended, or is he going to have some problems, especially against this Warden, since it's doing so much damage on defense?
Yeah, that's the biggest struggle here. Warden packs a nasty punch defensively, but the Queen handling it nicely with the freezes and keeping those healers raged up and alive. But it does expend a lot of those spells quite early on, and the Queen is still struggling to get in here, which is wasting time along the way. But we get to see more ground action. The hybrid, always a lovely thing to see in this approach. The one thing that he does need to do is not force that ability too early, because the Queen does need to stand the test of time and help up with the cleanup.
Yeah, the Queen so far, though, is dodging that single phone tower, now coming back, but being in that tower points is not the nicest thing to be in for that Queen. The Queen ability is getting forced, and with that, the Giant Trap is getting triggered, so this means 1 less trap to worry about for this hybrid. But the Warden, with that hybrid now, is swarming that base. Warden ability, when is the question, since the first eagle shots are coming in. But so far, he's still waiting for the Warden ability, trying to cover as many troops as possible. Maybe now, but he's still delaying it.
There we go. Coming in with a multi, that is one of the best areas to come through, especially if you have defending heroes surrounding it, and that defending Barbarian King was a perfect opportunity, helping to keep these miners alive, and the heal coming in for the back end splash damage, where we do have the Wizard Tower and the Eagle that could fire away at them, is also a good position to come in from. The Queen, though, struggling to stay alive here. Would be nice to see her taking on the multi, but she's got to beat her way through the walls and is going to be unable to actually survive with no rages left. So again, we have a lot of splash to worry about on the back end, and the Royal Champ is going to have to suffice and take this down. Launching a very early Seeking Shield might do this in.
Yeah, and with that scatter on the back end and the skeleton traps, things are not looking too good for Eyewitness. And with that, Royal Champion, King and Warden falling short, this is going to be yet another defense for Absolute Zero. They're crushing it on defense at the moment. Those bases look really, really annoying to attack and plan on, as you can see right there from the Aphelion Esports squad. They do not really find those amazing plans which we have seen from the other teams so far. And with that, falling short, unfortunately, and making another defense for Absolute Zero. So they can now really finish this match, kinda. I mean, with another 3-star, they would make this match really one-sided then, and would give them the next round as well, because as we have mentioned already, this playoff stage is single elimination in the first couple of rounds without the finals, but the first rounds are going to be single elimination. You lose, you're out. You win, you're into the next round, as simple as that. So right now, it looks good for Absolute Zero.
It definitely does. You know, I think what Aphelion is going to be hoping at this point is to see either 2 defenses coming in, or maybe a 1-star. But that is a tall order in the situation that we're in, because these teams are on their toes. They are giving it everything they have because there is so much on the line. Not only the $50,000 prize pool, but the golden ticket for the first place winner. That is huge, and they need to stay on point. It's been a small slip up here and there from Aphelion, but we'll see if their defenses can try and carry them through the end. We have Morio with the 4th attack, and that means we do have Komaku in the MVP as the final hitter to come in as well. So we'll see what is in store. But Morio starting us off with the Queen Charge Lalo here, coming in for that Eagle compartment. We've got nice in and out access, but only one super wall break to come through. And because we are coming in from the opposite side of the town hall, that means we are lining up a Lalo to push straight through that.
Yeah, that's right, and he's trying to take down that Eagle nice and early. There's always something which is really nice to take out early on, because especially with Queen Chargers, we know the Eagle can be sometimes acting a little bit strange with targeting your healers, which is then the complete nightmare for any Queen Charge attacker, because losing your healers early on is never a good thing. And oh my goodness, so far he has triggered so many black mines already with those test loons right there. So really nicely done, keeping those healers alive and making sure that they are being able to... Oh, rocket loons, is he... Okay, not like... Should have swapped those, like the freeze and the poison, but still, not losing the queen is something positive against the Superman and Rocket Loon clan castle, so still looking good.
Yeah, still able to hold on the queen, take down those super minions. We've got the headhunter coming through, but making a long line drive for that royal champion, but dying out before getting any true value from that. But the defending decay is down. Queen is not going to be able to continue her path with losing those healers. Scattershot knocks it all down, and this is going to be a tough push now for the Lalo, knowing that he's not gotten the value intended out of this. Royal Champ at least picking up one of the multis, but we've got a Scattershot combination and that back end multi and scatter to contend with here.
Yeah, the healers leaving the party and saying like, hey, we're out of here. We are going for that king. That looks just better. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate right there. There's the rage for that town hall. Another freeze coming in. But those loons are really skipping that town hall quite a bit. Warden Ability now is coming in. Headhunters are in there as well. Defending Royal Champion taken down. Oh my lord, so many red bombs are getting taken out by this one Lava Hound. But the town hall poison is ticking. The town hall poison is ticking. And the delayed Flame Flinger, and that's just way too delayed. I mean, the Flame Flinger got pretty much no value on this backhand with only 20 seconds left in this attack. I think he maybe just only forgot about the Flame Flinger in his siege.
No, the Flame Flinger, I think he came in to help with the Scattershot to try and finish this off. Because originally he had the Stone Slammer in the mix. So this was a last-minute decision that brings him to a 97%. So it is the defense for Aphelion, but that last-minute decision, yes, it was a little delayed, but that was the thinking in order to try and turn it around. If he got it in, if he thought about that just a tad bit earlier, Itsu, he could have saved this. That was some smart thinking there, and at least carries absolute 0 on the percentage line still.
Yeah, you can see the percentage in the stats below us. They're really one-sided right now for Absolute Zero, and this is obviously giving you pretty much an additional star at this point, as long as Absolute Zero is not messing up the last attack quite a bit percentage-wise. So it's not going to be easy, but the possibility is there for a comeback for Aphelion. And they now need that 3-star. They're coming in as well on their own with the Queen Charge Lalo, but with a small twist to it, because Mark is using Queen Charge Lalo with some lightnings to take down the Single Inferno Tower, to take down the Bitter Huts over there and create this path and create this funnel for his queen to walk into the right direction.
Yeah, this alleviates a lot of pressure off of her and gives easier access to not have to burn through any freezes. To hold off and of course get more value out of the rages to push into this. So looking at the pathing that we have, we're going to charge this queen through. We do not have a jump to really open it up, but we do have some open pathing to weave our way in and out. And of course, the queen does love to beat through some walls, and that often does help with this. King would work in a perfect position from the 9 o'clock side with that scatter shot and using the Royal Champ to try and support, but we do have a lot of great value by picking up the defending AQ here, that scatter shot, and maybe even pushing as far as getting the multi down in this and helping to force the Lalo, I'd say potentially coming in from the 12 to 11 o'clock side of the base here. But being very patient so far, drops that poison for those super minions to slow down the effects. And we've got the king actually coming in from the multi-section, from the opposite side of the base here. So working from the other end, knowing that the queen will take down the defending AQ. And this still does give a lot of power to come in, not only to take on the multi, but to take on the scatter shot and potentially defending RC.
Yeah, Queen staying alive is really important right there, but he's now out of those rages which he had invested in. A Warden is always a really heavy investment. It can be a lot of fun because you sometimes can take down the entire base and already swag your Lalo, but sometimes it is a huge risk to take this Lalo onto the party, and I don't know how, but this king ended up in the court.
Wow. Can
Can he take down the multi-front towers? The question, the answer is no. But that Warden, I mean, the red mines are getting triggered. That's great already for the Lalo, but that multi-front tower, just in general, staying alive, might be not the best news right there for Mark. He's really trying to push it, but this back-end scatter might give him a couple of more problems.
Yeah, especially with the no freezes to hold this off, either for the scatter or for that multi-targeting Inferno. But he's got a slew of loons coming in for the multi. The biggest problem is they are clumped up coming into that scatter shot. And this is where they take on the most amount of damage. And you can see them going down bit by bit. So another defense coming in here leaves Absolute Zero in the top position. They've had the star advantage and they've had the percent advantage, and this is basically forcing Aphelion Esports out of the mix despite a beautiful start to their war. Absolute Zero bringing just the right bases, and I would say a small few errors coming in from Aphelion today is what did cost them at the end. But kudos to Absolute Zero. We still have that final attack to come in from Komakun, the MVP. Who has gone 5 for 5, and we'll see if he can keep that streak alive for himself.
That's right, keeping the momentum up. I mean, obviously this match already looks kind of decided. 2 stars win this match already, but if you can finish off this war with the 3-star, this would be a huge momentum boost as well moving forward, because I mean, for those teams, they have to play today 2 matches, right? So having this momentum high for the second match of the day would be something big, and finishing on a high on this match would be maybe even getting you an advantage in the second match, because you already are pumped up and ready to get those attacks and getting the planning right. So let's see how he's going to get things sorted out and how he's going to approach. I think we're going to see some Lalo again, but let's see what the final decision is going to be, what strategy they want to use. And it is going to be no Lalo, it's Dragon Riders again.
Ooh. So sticking with the Dragon Rider theme, this is something that the opponents, STRUT, will have to think about, that they're going to have to worry to contend with. And it's a hard thing because you already have your bases built. You don't know necessarily what teams might decide to switch up with. But this will mean that we're going to see Absolute Zero facing off against STRUT later today. We've got the Queen Charge coming in for the scatter shot position. And we've got the log launcher to clear that open line to the town hall. Again, I always call it one of the riskiest approaches where you can potentially 1-star because it's all in with the Royal Champ going with those drag riders, and you have to start it before the Queen often even gets to the town hall position. But we'll likely see additional loons coming out with the healers to help out with the mix, though Ice Golems could do some good work considering the surrounding defenses here. But the Queen needs to survive. The rocket loons coming down, freezes up at least one of them, but ranges up the healers. And the Queen, is able to recover and save that ability. Whew.
That is not close at all. Oh my. Okay, Queen is somehow surviving, but yeah, he does not even want to charge that single Inferno Tower. He just uses the lock launcher to take that single Inferno Tower out, but he needs to be careful because there's so much damage on that Queen. And as well, there's the multi-Inferno Tower on the lock launcher, which means the single Inferno Tower is not going down. So it was a great idea, but not getting that single Inferno Tower means the Queen is a little bit of problems. There's the vulnerability covering all of those Dragon Riders, and they have to move forward into the back end with back end Tesla, back end Elephants, and not only that, but the scatter shot as well, which is really a big problem for any of those troops. And the Dragon Riders, they completely drifted away to that single Inferno Tower. There's the invisibility spell. Can their Queen now finish off the job with the scatter shot going down?
Beautiful invisibility spell. Queen definitely helping out with the splash damages. King has done excellent work along the outside edge, helping to take on the Tesla farm. Has one healer on him, helping to keep alive. We've got the Yak just about ready to go down, but with 49 seconds left to go and a Rage, this is solidified, and Komakun keeps his streak alive, coming in perfect. His MVP status staying strong with perfection and even swagging that Rage in the core of the base. So Absolute Zero coming in as your winners to advance on against Strut in one of the next matches. It will be the 4th match that we have of the day, as we will be getting to see RPG facing off against M.S Esports before this. But let's take a quick look at our war stats as we have Absolute Zero coming in with the 14 stars. 99.4% here, Itsu. This has been a close call with that 97% 2-star that came in. That was a beautiful recovery, but definitely bringing in the defenses by holding back Aphelion by 12 stars.
Yeah, the craziest thing to me is that with this performance, they would have lost to both teams from the first match. Like, that's just how insane the first match was, with 15 and 14 stars with 1 fail as well, but only a 98%. So, crazy results so far with Aphelion not really bringing their A game, unfortunately. So, they are out of this Queso Cup qualifier for the golden ticket. But as I said, we have more matches to come. But before we jump into those next matches, I think we have a replay already we want to take a look at to highlight one of those cool attacks over the match in just a second. Another thing which I just noticed in the player cam, which I love that we have them on the screen, is Komakun actually used his handy. I mean, I don't know how you guys in the chat feel about that, but to me, as soon as I started playing with the tablet, I cannot go back to the phone. It's so small, I don't know, and it's just crazy to me how they can drop those spells, those troops. So I mean, it's just crazy, so perfectly every single time, especially those Skelly Donut guys out there, which are incredible. So we should be ready with a replay in a second, but I mean, we already had some nice matches today, and there we go. Nice. Uzi is in with the Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack, which we want to highlight versus Gandalf. And I have said it earlier, a lot of people are saying, like, Queen Charge Dragon Rider, yeah, Dragon Rider are dead. And take a look at that. Take a look at that. All of those red bombs in the beginning getting triggered. We have seen many players as well not dropping this test loon and dropping all of those healers into those red mines. And the problem is, those healers are gone then. They can get one shot by those red mines if you stack them up like that. And with that, that was a really important move right there, having this test doom. But I wanted to say with the Dragon Riders, I think a lot of people said everywhere, like in Twitch chat and YouTube comments and everywhere, that they didn't really understand the Dragon Rider nerf, and they felt like the Dragon Rider nerf was a little bit over the top when we think back about the last couple of balance changes. But those pros are really showing why those Dragon Riders are so incredibly strong, because take a look at the spells and where he is going to invest them. He is going to invest pretty much everything into this Queen Charge, which means he has so much power with this Queen. We're getting back to the point that those heroes are so powerful that he can use a backup troop which does not need any spells. For example, Lalo, you typically at least use a couple of freezes and maybe a haste spell, especially if you have to face a scatter shot on that right side. But with Dragon Riders, you don't really need that. A good vulnerability already is covering a lot. So let's see exactly how things are turning out. Using the lock launcher to get the opening into the Town Hall. right there, having a couple of problems against the multi-Fern Tower with the second layer. I really truly believe that those loons were meant to take down the multi-Fern Tower, which were inside that lock launcher. And now we have the Dragon Riders coming in from this bottom side, and just the combination of Dragon Riders, of the Royal Champion, and then the Warden obviously as well, giving those troops so many more hit points. It is really, really devastating. Take a look at that now. Warden ability now, and he could have protected a lot of those Dragon Riders. He was concentrating on his Queen, I mean, which had a reason, because take a look, the Queen is so close to dying, but because he's getting this ability of making sure that the Queen survives, he can make sure that then around those back-end defenses have no chance, because the King now is coming in as well, tanking that scatter. And you can see the Dragon Riders are not only there to like get the craziest value, but they're there to take down the defenses which are out of reach of those heroes, because at the end of the day, this attack is all about your heroes, all about your strong part about your army. And you can see that right there. The Queen is just not dying, just not getting taken down, surviving, and surviving even longer. With that, the King is alive, the Dragon Rider is left alive with those invisibility spells, and even the Queen as well. And he has so many freezes and invisibility spells for the backhand. So really nicely done to Yuzi, and showing off that those Dragon Riders are still getting used and still successfully getting used if you get those Queen Charges right. So really nicely done right there. And Absolute Zero deserving that win for sure, and going into that next round. And we have already our next match on the screen. M.S Esports versus Repotted Gaming right there.
Yeah, this I'm excited for. We've got the M.S Esports lineup now. This has changed slightly with what we have. We're already in, so we'll see the players as they come through. But this is the former MCES team with a couple of new additions. Repotted Gaming you already saw. So let's see what M.S Esports can bring defensively starting off. Tyrannus in with the Zapquake to kick this off, starting off the pathing here to lead in for his Lalo and for the hero dive coming through. We've got a lot of damage coming in, so we want to bring the support by adding in the Ice Golem and the King to give the full power to take on this entire compartment with the scatter shot, the defending Queen, and of course getting to the Warden Tower. But we still need to help work through, get that Town Hall down, which means we're going to have a big push, and it's that log launcher opening up the path to lead everything into it, but we do reserve the Warden for now.
Yeah, and I think the log launcher angle is really, really good, because I think if I'm not sure how the log is going to open everything, but it looks like that the Single Inferno Tower is open as well. So if everything is going right, that Queen might even take down that Single Inferno Tower. So let's see how things are going. So far, the Queen is kind of skipping that Tower, which wouldn't be good news at all, but the Tower already being really low with those Yetis. The Queen then, with her ability, can take down quite a bit, and there is again a lot of red mines on that outside. Queen ability used in a second to take down the Town Hall, but the Single Inferno Tower now again is going to survive, and the Lalo is getting started into that Eagle side.
Okay, so Queen can help pick off just a little bit more. The Wizard Tower would be huge, and it's just enough. Having the no splash on the back end is always a wonderful thing, but like you mentioned, we have to get through to that single. The sweeper's pointing in the opposite direction, so no big deal, but we want to save maybe this Warden ability coming in to clip through, not only for the multi and Royal Champion combination, but to try and get a slight push coming in for that single position where we expect to see some of the traps, and here they are. So the Tome helping to keep them carrying through, but more traps along the way.
Oh.
But he doesn't lose out on everything. He's still got a spread to come in from the outside edge and an invisibility.
Yeah, the Loon's barely surviving, but getting taken down by that Wizard Tower. He has one invisibility spell left if he wants to use it, and one air defense to still overcome. The Warden is helping, obviously, really nicely, but those Loons, they have to close in quickly because they are dropping like flies, and there's an Arch Tower and the air defense going down, which is crucial. And now we have this time ticking. There's ground skeleton actually coming around, and this now means time is ticking. It's 22 seconds. I don't know if he's going to make that, especially with those skeletons trying to run away from those minions.
Yeah, this makes it a lot tougher. Storage does go down. That's the biggest contender, but still needs to make his way through. Electro Owl helping out. The CC goes down to in the core, and it's up to the army camp, and it does. So Tyrannus coming in on the phone, like you said. And I gotta ask, is this Is this Giannis? Did he rename himself to Tyrannus? I'm not quite sure because I remember
so, yeah.
Giannis. But he is coming in like a Tyrannosaurus Rex with those epic starts to this war. We're going to see if they can keep the momentum going because we have yet to see what M.S Esports will have in store. And again, we were talking about the lineup that we have. So from the former M.S Esports, MCES Esports team, we have Ariam, Kingsman, and Synthé, but we have the new additions for the MS portion of this, and that's Alec and Nachoa, who have definitely shown some power and prowess coming in. So let's see who's going to kick this one off. Oh, it's going to be Synthé with the super drags? What? Are we sure this is
Skinny
Synthé?
Donut? What happened? I mean, there's the perfect Skinny Donut, no? Like, what happened? Okay, this means we have Synthé coming in. I mean, he's using the Flame Flinger as well, which we know he is running in Legend as well with his mass Hog Rider attacks. So let's see how much value he's going to get and if it's baited, because we have seen so many Legend bases use those outside skeleton traps to make sure those Flame Flingers are not getting that much value. So we have to see and wait what exactly he is looking for value-wise for this Flame Flinger. And then he's going to start with his Super Dragon. And that's the cool thing about them. They're really quick, so he can take his time. If you guys are wondering, oh my god, he's already 1 minute in. I mean, typically Super Dragons are really quick, so it shouldn't matter too much. And now he's starting things off. Super Dragons from the top, and then Heroes from the 3 o'clock side to push everything back in to make sure this tunnel is going down.
Yeah, so head straight into the core, and again, this is where we're going to save the Warden ability to clip through the Town Hall, not that early rage. Oh, excuse me. He is going to come in with the early Warden ability and rage to get to the Town Hall, but he is going to have to hope that he has a good surround of those super drags to bypass the Town Hall after they take it down. Heroes are definitely going to help keep in line from the outside, as is a Flame Flinger, which is just about to open up. But they're completely bypassing the Town Hall, which does create a huge problem for Synthé. This is why it can be problematic, but we've got the Royal Champ who's held off coming in. We've got the freezes to help hold through. Rage combination to get her in, but surrounding defenses are keeping her at bay. He's got the ability. That boost, regenerative health, will be enough, and the freeze, if needed, to hold it off, but can still hold this for the multi and for the defending hero here. Oh, multi does not go down. Itsu, Synthé is in a tough spot.
Yeah, like, I'm really surprised him using those Super Dragons. He is famous for so many attacks and so many creative masterpieces, you want to call it, when he's doing those. So it's really surprising that he's going with this strategy and, well, in the end, falling short, and not even falling short a little bit, because this is barely getting to those 80%. Which is exactly what those ring bases, those legend bases are known for. If you fail, the fail is pretty much a really low percentage. And we have seen so many, like not so many, but we have seen already a couple of defenses today. And a lot of them were on the really high percentage note with like 97, 98%. But this one being on the lower side is already a huge advantage for Repotted coming into this one. And it's paying off big time running those legend bases. Even after this, every single base is getting 3-star. This one defense already would be worth it to bring those ring bases. And you can see how annoying it is to plan on them, because on anti-3 bases, you can kind of expect where those traps are and what maybe the base builder saw. But those legend bases, it's kind of like a coin flip. They could be anywhere, so it's really hard to attack. And, well, Synthé did fall short, unfortunately, right there.
Yeah, you know, I gotta commend Synthé for coming in with some versatility in this. It's nice to see players switching it up and mixing it up, but it also begs to question if we have Repotted Gaming knowing Synthé style and trying to make sure that they're avoiding any placement of good value for those Skelly Donuts, because they know that's something that he would come in with. That's part of the downfall of players that do have particular styles, is that you get more opportunity to try and defend against them. So maybe he didn't see something that would work and opted to go for this different approach. But let's wait and see if M.S Esports have any defenses under their belts as General X comes in with the Super Drag attack. looking to maybe add a little salt into the wound if he can pick up that 3-star here. We've got the Town Hall on the outskirts. Notice the Stone Slammer in place, so we are coming in head on with these Super Drags to go for the Town Hall. A slight pull away here could pose an issue for the Super Drags, but it does look like they've got the position lined up to go straight for the Town Hall without losing too much investment going into the core.
Yeah, the Rage and the Trader, everything pushing those Super Dragons into the Town Hall. Otherwise, a big group of those Super Dragons at the top side with the Slammer now slowly getting open. Another Rage pushing all of those Super Dragons deeper into the core against those single Inferno Towers. Now the question is, again, we have to take a look at that back end with those defending heroes, because they are so important to stop those attacking heroes, especially the Queen with her Unicorn. And still, take a look at this entire Tesla farm on the far left side. We have to wait and see how many traps are there, but so far, the Super Dragons kind of seem to slowly die out at the bottom side. At the top side, we have Sid, the King, with his ability, and the Royal Champion not even deployed. This is not looking too bad right there.
No, the Royal Champion can come in, sneak through, take on that multi-targeting Inferno, and you see her already being dropped in from about that 1 o'clock side of the base to help through as the King works his way through with the freeze to take on the scatter shot position. We've got the Queen also coming in for assist and the Super Drag there to help out. Invisibility is going to ensure that this gets taken down, even with the Tesla farm on the back end. This is a done deal for General X coming in with another 3-star to continue to dominate over MS Esports from the start. They are playing hard. They have come in to get further towards that big prize pool, and they are not letting up with a phenomenal defensive start and a double combination of the triples coming in. Repotted Gaming is definitely showing that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that's for sure. And now MS Esports, they really need that next 3-star to put up at least somewhat of a pressure back to Repotted to make sure that they're still in this match, because now not another 2-star would be really devastating. So we're looking forward to see what type of strategy they're going in with next, because I'm still surprised that since you went with those Super Dragons, I don't know if they tried to go out of the comfort zone to surprise the opponents, to do something different, or maybe it was because, well, MS Esports had no better ideas against those ring type of bases. So then the question is, how do they approach the remaining ring bases? Because we have seen already in the beginning, in the first match, that Repotted had all ring bases, all legend bases prepared for those matches. So now the question is, how do they then deal with the remaining bases? Is it going to be more Super Dragons? Is it then going to be a different strategy? Is it going to be a different approach? What is the answer for those bases? Because Super Dragon attack did not work off in that one. And everything skipped the Town Hall, so it was even kind of close to that 1-star with a little bit of like more skeleton traps around the Town Hall. So things can go downhill as well with Super Dragons, and let's see what the next attack strategy of choice is going to be.
Yeah, and you know, it's those 1-stars that do occasionally happen. I mean, we're not only seeing the best offense coming in, but we should be seeing some of the best defense coming in. And we talked about it earlier, is a decision of when do you bring in your supercharged bases, you know, and who can you really hold those against? That is the challenge in all of this. But Nachoa needs to come in with a 3-star, try and catch up, get his team in this, and find a way to defend and defend strong. We've got the Yeti Blimp coming in deep inside this base. We've got the Rage combination down, but we want to see the Scatter go down, see that single go down. And is it going to be enough? The Scatter goes down, single goes down, and there we go. Ice Golems, though, coming out of the CC, will have to be contended with this Queen here. So this is going to waste a little bit of time, but the poison will help speed it up slightly.
Yeah, that Yeti Blimp got a lot of value right there. Really nicely done. Question now is, where is he going to wall break? Is he going to try to wall break at this Air Expo? How are things going to look over there, or is he having a different approach? That Warden out of range could be really devastating to that Queen, but there is the wall break. So now the next thing he has to do is force this Queen inside, maybe use the King at the bottom side or something to get this cannon and the Wizard Tower out of the way, and that's exactly what he's doing. But he might be a little bit late. The Queen is now going to the bottom side. There is Red Points. Oh no! So many red mines are coming up. He's trying to use the coconut boost, but it's too late. The red mines are taking down the healers. Repotted, incredible base speed right there. And Ochoa is having an incredible tough job to do. Not only getting this first star, but as well the second star. The sweepers are there as well. I mean, it is not going to be easy at all to somehow get into this, because the sweepers are there, and with the Dragon Riders, I mean, the town has to be active first, so things are not really good. Not really looking good at all.
No, they are not. The Queen does have her ability intact, and Royal Champ trying to help clear this path. We've got that final wall break coming in, but the Queen is on the opposite direction and not looking like she's going to come back around, even with the Royal Champ, because she's got enough pulls. So drops the invisibility spell. This is what brings her back around. With her ability intact, she's got what she needs to get to the Town Hall here. Skelly's trying to hold her off, but it's not going to be enough, so he will recover at least the 2-star, but he needs more than that. He needs a 3-star coming in with only 47 seconds left to go. Drag Riders coming through, and not with enough of a spread. We need the minions down for the cleanup. The Archer Tower still did not go down here. This is not going to be enough time and enough power to get the job done. Repotted Gaming certainly having the number on MS Esports in how to hold them back. And you can see Nachoa's disappointment in this one.
What a beautiful bait right there. And that's the magic of those red mines. You can be so annoying against those Queen Charges with the red mines. And that's exactly what he showed off. At the end of the day, I think it's even going to be a time fail, because he had to really make sure and concentrate to get that second star. So you can see how important those red mines were, because otherwise the plan would have definitely worked. So really nicely done to the base building team from Repotted. And, well, I mean, MS Esports really struggling against those ring bases, and that's something you have to keep in mind. Some of those teams are really looking into scouting the other teams and trying to find their weakness. And it seems like that Repotted has found the weakness of MS Esports not being well prepared against those ring bases, against those Legend-style bases, because even Legend itself, we see mainly diamond-shaped bases, and we see box bases. Those are like the most common ones. But those ring bases are kind of rare somewhere around, but so you don't really get that much practice against them. So really, really good job so far from the base building team, and MS Esports really struggling. So another 3-star for Repotted would be already a huge lead, because we have to take a look again, not only at the stars, but at the percentage. The percentage are so low at the moment for MS Esports. So we would need a miracle for Repotted to throw this. But I mean, things can always happen. But we have Largo in next with the Packer Smash with some Super Wizards.
So Super Wizards to come in, help work behind those P.E.K.K.A.s. So we're going to see a push coming in from the opposite side of the Town Hall with that log launcher to open up the path. But first we need to start shaping up the course of the base. And the way that we do this often is by using the Warden, who has a nice long range, just an extra couple of tiles over the Queen, so we don't have to wall break in. He can reach over, get those scatter shots down, and take on some flanking damage to create the path that we need coming in. But it is very time extensive, so we need to keep focus on the clock here and try and get going with the main push by about the 2-minute mark. So we might see a rage coming in. Yes, we do. That doesn't only help protect the Warden, but it does speed up the power of him getting done what needs to get done. 2 minutes and 4 seconds, and he's got to start getting ready once that scatter goes down to pull in from the 6 o'clock side and force his way through into the Town Hall position.
Yeah, and tick-tock, tick-tock. The time is ticking. Already 70 seconds gone of this attack. I mean, that's going to be a quick one, hopefully, or not, let's see. But those Super Wizards typically are really, really quick with their splash damage, so he has to keep them alive, though, and that's the tough thing about this strategy. Super Wizards, it's so easy for them to go down, and now we have to wait for that defending Queen. No, Queen ability lost already from the beginning. That's not good news at all for Largo. The log launcher, though, is pushing everything inside, and so far it looks like he has an army of Super Wizards left, which is good. But he's going to push in between of those two multi-inferno towers. So let's see what the journey looks like for those Super Wizards and if he can keep them alive.
Yeah, what I do like is the king pathing, forcing into the multi-compartment here, keeping everything on course straight to the town hall. But it's that queen ability that's lost that you mentioned that is usually critical coming in, especially since we don't have super bowlers. We'll see if we have any. We do have the Yetis coming out, which does help, but they've opened up a little bit earlier. We would like to see them taking on the single targeting Inferno. Pekkas are going to suffer through this because of their high hit points and how fast they get burned down here. And again, Queen's going to struggle, but we have 2 invisibility spells to try and cover through. The jump to connect to the town hall, but nothing seems to want to go inside. Ice Golem coming with the freeze radius for that scatter shot, but nothing going for the town hall. Queen's finally there. Will she take the jump? And will the invisibility be enough for her to take this down with the Royal Champ sneaking through? It is just enough power to save this. I think M.S Esports was feeling like maybe there was that 1-star opportunity to potentially come through, but unfortunately not for them. But it is going to be a defense, and that is where they needed to, well, where M.S Esports needed to see some saving grace, and it is an 89%. Maybe not as low as they wanted to see it, but they're starting to make their way there. They need to see a little bit more coming in.
Yeah, exactly. This had to happen, but at the same time, I mean, so far we have not seen M.S Esports having any answers to those ring bases of Repotted. And at the same time, as soon as you're failing twice on those ring bases and as well getting baited like you have just seen with the Queen Charge, it kind of feels like that the other team is getting in your head. So like you're rethinking everything twice, 3 times and everything. And that's typically where it really falls short, because we know as long as you like play your attack in a clean fashion, use your coconut loons, especially those pro players know, it's really hard to get baited. And I just think like those red mines were like he could have used the coconut loon, which is easier said than done, obviously, but they need to get this next attack as a 3-star to show that Repotted is not in their head getting those defenses left and right. And they yet have to get the first 3-star. So we have to wait to see what the next answer is going to be. They have tried Queen Charge Dragon Rider. They have tried Super Dragons. Both had not worked yet. So the question is now, is it Lalo? Sui Lalo? Queen Charge Lalo? Is it Lalo? And no, instead it is going to be a blimp. Is it going to be a Super Archer, Super Wizard blimp? And that could be a lot of value. So that's an awesome entry right there with the warden ability covering that blimp to get into that core. And he's taking down the town hall. Oh my goodness, this value already looks awesome. Taking down even more expos. And that's the big problem for those ring bases. The Blizzard blimps, the Super Archer blimps as well. And that's exactly what we have seen right there. And he has not even started the remaining heroes yet. The tornado trap triggered as well. Things are looking really good for Alec right there.
My goodness, he has taken down a huge chunk of the base. A third of the base taken down already. Those super archers, of course, getting that beautiful range to reach a town hall and spreading out. We do still have the scatter shot up remaining, but that's really the biggest contention other than the eagle to worry about, and all on one side, easy to reach to. We've got the king raged up. We've got the queen working through, holding on to that ability. And we've got Yetis working along with the Royal Champ to sneak through, take on that scatter shot, and clear this up. So we can get a big approach with some loons on the back end to clear this. But this is all about the power of the heroes, the drag riders and loons working together for the surrounding defenses. This might be one of the fastest attacks I've seen coming in this way as the Royal Champ works her way in, meets up with the heroes. Itsu. This is impressive coming from Alec.
Yeah, I think this has to be one of the coolest attacks which we have seen today. This is such a rare thing that we're seeing those Super Archer blimps, but they can be so strong, especially because no one is predicting them, right? Like, when you have those ranges, you try to make sure that Super Wizards cannot reach over the wall, onto a scatter, onto an Inferno Tower, to have this additional 2-tile gap in between of the wall and the important defense you want to protect. But those 2 tiles mean nothing to Super Archers, right? They just smash through, no problem whatsoever. And that was showcased perfectly right there from M.S Esports, from Alec. What a beauty of an attack, I have to say. That attack was awesome to watch. And maybe M.S Esports having this hope of a comeback. I kind of hope that it's going to be close at the end still. Because so far, I mean, even though this was a nice 3-star, Repotted has still everything in their own hands of finishing off this match with keep 3-star, and we have seen it already before that they're so good on offense. Let's see if they show it again.
Yeah, I think that was definitely one of the most OP attacks of the day so far. Nice display and execution, and something that we often don't get to see is that combination of the super archers in it. So taking great advantage and starting to think creatively with what they're doing. So it seems like they have the confidence and the boost to come back around, but it does depend on a big defense coming in as well. MS Esports definitely is a team that has shown that they have defense that comes through, but we're going to have to wait and see if it's going to be enough to turn it back around and if they can keep the confidence boost, because we still have Kingsman to attack and Arium to attack for MS Esports, but there is so much power left over coming in as well from Repotted Gaming. I mean, these guys, we've seen them through their journey last year and how quickly they made a name for themselves, and they were one of the youngest teams to come through, and they just seem to be growing exponentially.
Yeah, and we have Mac coming in again with his air, with the dragons. This time though, no super dragons surprisingly. Instead we have dragons and dragon riders to take down this air defense. There's 2 black mines getting triggered, and this means this blimp should be able to reach this town. The trade trap is over there, but if he has the right clan castle, this shouldn't be any problem, because what you... Oh, giant bomb! Wait a second. This was not the correct clan castle. You want to have around about a little bit more than 20 goblins, then like 2 minion, and then like 5 to 6 sneaky goblins. But it seems like he had not enough goblins inside that clan castle to kind of like make sure the duration of the trade trap is not long enough. And then the sneaky goblins got rotated into the giant bomb. This is a big problem right there for Mac, and things are looking good for Elec right now on defense. And let's see what is happening, but I mean, so far, it might be the second defense.
That is a huge loss of the CC, and this is going to have to be compensated for, plan adjusted, which is not going to be easy. Comes in with the drags, which means the Warden ability is going to have to carry them through. King and Queen have a lot more work to do on the outside edge, which means they have to dive in a little bit deeper. This is all about the 2-star recovery at this point, because when you lose that blimp value from the start like that, you do run the risk of 2-starring. And at very least, we'll be able to recover that by coming in for the Town Hall. Queen still working on the outside edge, but Scattershot stands. And let's see how he can finish this off. Royal Champ could help out quite a bit, and I am impressed at the value that the Dragons are getting through despite going through that poison bomb.
Yeah, Dragons having a lot of hit points overall, so they're kind of sustaining through that poison at the same time. And Multi-Fern Tower and Scatter on the back end is melting through them with that Royal Champion on the far right side. Trying to take down that King. King is falling short, but as well, I don't know if that defending scatter shot, if it's going to go down, this might be still maybe... I mean, you never underestimate heroes, okay? Never underestimate heroes, especially with the unicorn on them. So the Fern Tower should maybe fall as well. And the Queen is trying to dive forward, but I think this Expo is going to end the career of that unicorn and of the Queen.
Wow, but did you see that dragon finally taking down the multi? Queen has her ability, will get a little bit of extra boost while she's invisible, but not enough to carry her through. Like you said, the Expo, but percent is going to be high, which is going to give Repotted Gaming what they need to try and carry on. That Electro Owl also picking up even more percent, doing some favors. So this was a beautiful recovery despite that unfortunate use of the blimp and the combination coming in. Nice baiting coming in from M.S Esports, but they seem to be falling short on getting the percent that they need to try and turn this one around. We see here that they still hold the lead on percent, so that means that M.S Esports, if they want to get back into this, not only need to pick up the 3 stars, but they need to hold one more defense.
Yeah, that's the thing which we have talked earlier about those ring bases. Not only they're really annoying to attack, no one likes to attack them really, but in addition to that as well, if you fail, typically the percentage are really low, and that's you can exactly see that in the percentage game at the moment. So even though if MS Esports 3 stars now, they would be tied up on stars, at the same time they would still have the lead for Repotted with this percentage. So you can see how important percentage is in general in this game. But as well, I have to say, I look forward to see what they're coming in with next. The Super Archer, Super Wizard Blimp worked, But what is next on the menu? And we can see it. Kingsman is in. It's no hybrid. Instead, it's the Queen Charge Lalo onto this base of Genera X. So we have to wait and see how he's trying to approach this. We have a lot of walls open on the corners. So you might now be surprised and think, why exactly is that the case? Well, the reason for that is actually that wall breakers with that it's way harder to predict where they're going. In addition to that, sometimes even heroes or troops in general are really hard to predict where they're going. So you have to be careful. And we have to look out for some red mines, because after the second attack, I'm really afraid of red mines on those bases of Repotted. So let's see and wait where those traps are.
Yeah, so we've got the rocket loons coming in, helping to form up the path. With these ring-style bases, it is all about shape and formation, because the main push is to get into the center of the base, and it's the rings that actually keep you from trying to work your way through. They can easily deter you and pull you in different directions. So you need to shape up the funnel, which means take out the outside edges and create some meat to pull you in and through. And that's where the jump comes into play to charge a queen along, but taking on a lot of damage. So we've got the rage down, and she pops the ability early. So this invisibility spell might need to come into play, especially as we have to worry about the CC troops potentially coming out, but still going strong with this one, and still has the rages to keep her alive so far.
Yeah, and with all of those expos at the top, this means that he can kind of easily charge this bottom side, but as soon as he's getting closer to the town hall, he is going to run into a ton of damage. The town hall itself, and after each other, the expos are going to start shooting as well. He now has his warden on ground, actually, with his king, with his royal champion from the top side, which is going to be interesting because, I mean, they can take down a lot. But it seems like he wants to swag the Lalo with those heroes diving in. But there's the clan castle coming in as well. And those headhunters might be annoying. Even the rage is getting invested for that royal champion. That's a ton of investment right there, especially considering that queen has no ability left. So she is about to fall, and she is left dying in this core. But hey, he's using the invisibility spell to keep her alive a few more seconds. But I think those expos are just too much.
Well, she got the multi down, so that does help out at least. We've got the healers picking up traps along the way, which is a huge bonus, but nothing to help with the multi on the back end except the split of the loons here. Is it going to be enough is the biggest question. 43 seconds remain. He's got an additional loon that can come in for some cleanup if need be, but it's up to the king and the yak and this warden to come in, take down the multi. Do we have the opening for the king to work through? Does he have to beat through the wall? They're already in there taking down. He's got the opening, which means he's got it done, and Kingsman brings in a much needed 3-star. But it doesn't end there. They not only need these 3 stars rolling through, they need one more final defense since they are down on the count with percentage, and RPG has gotten the best of them so far.
Yeah, and I love it that it's going to be close again at the end. I mean, after the first attack, you already kind of thought, after the first performance of Repotted, that this is kind of like a done match, but it's still getting really close. It's 10-10, only percentage being the difference maker, and we have Fantastic for Repotted as the last attacker, the Blizzard Lalo attacker himself. So I'm more like, I want to see if he's getting those blizzards through consistent, because everyone knows that he's playing Blizzard Lalo, like that's what he does. He switched away from this classic clan castle combination where you use 5 archers and 4 super wizards. He switched away from that and instead is using only 3 super wizards and added more goblins, more archers into this to make sure that he's able to trigger more traps with his blimps before the super wizards then are coming out. And it seems like actually he is switching away from the blizzard because only 2 invisibility spells in this one. And he is going to the Lalo with the lightning. It seems like a Sui Lalo, but at the same time with some Dragon Riders. So I'm super looking forward to see what he's coming up with. But wait a second. It's still going to be a Blizzard, but with just 2 invisibility spells. That's interesting. No, it's a Yeti Blimp.
No. We've got the Yeti Blimp coming in. Pulls the CC out of this as well. And I wonder if we're going to see the RC trick, or if we're going to use that lightning spell for potentially for a headhunter coming out, which we obviously don't have here. The nice thing about this Yeti Blimp is with the rocket loons coming out, it holds up the ability of the Rocket Loons and the minions, gets us down in the poison, pulls it out to a nice corner, and gets the opportunity. And look at that, gets the zap down, tries to take more damage to give the Queen. Easy push coming in, and those super minions stay at bay and knock down nice and fast. The great thing about Timtastic that I've always loved to watch about him over the years is his creativity and attack style. Even though he's gone with the Blizzard, he was always known for coming in with very creative style attacks. And here we go. We've got the invisibility spell down, helping carry that Royal Champ through, heading towards a scatter shot. And Queen needs to work her way through to get to the Town Hall position now.
But take a look at that. This looks so baited. Testa farm and ton of ground skeletons in front of the Town Hall. He wants to take down that Town Hall with his Queen. He needs to invest now more loons. Funnel the Queen inside that Town Hall compartment, because there's not much space left if he gets that Town Hall, but the town needs to go down and time is ticking. It's 1 minute and around about 20 seconds left only in this one. And now the Dragon Riders at this top side trying to snipe that Eagle as well. Queen is getting down the Town Hall. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Time is ticking. Dragon Riders are coming in, taking down the Eagle, the Lalo in as well. And he has not even deployed the Warden yet. Now into that scattered compartment we go, with a couple of spells left and even a Rage not even deployed yet.
1 minute Lalo, easy peasy, especially for Timtastic. The one thing he's got to worry about is this multi freezes it up and has a Drag Rider coming into play. He's got the haste and freeze to hold off for the back end, and you can see how beautifully this is pushing along with 43 seconds left. And that's the thing, the minute Lalos do work well when you have a straight line path and your hastes to push along. So this does mean RPG coming in with the 3-star does secure their win overall on percent. But hold up, we've got the tornado traps. The minions, the pups will secure it, and he is unjinxable in getting that win. There is no way that Lady B was gonna jinx Timtastic on this one. Repotted Gaming with a solid finish there. But we still have that final attack from Arium to see from M.S Esports. Despite it being a 3-star, they were down on percentage, but let's see how they finish off the day.
Yeah, that's right. Really incredible attack right there from Timtastic. Like, what he is taking down with his heroes is just so incredible. So much value right there. And even staying calm and reacting accordingly to this really annoying looking bait right there with the double skeleton trap. Testa coming up over there as well in front of the Town Hall and still getting it done. Nicely done as well. Now Arium for the last attack for MS Esports. Is he going to be able to get another 3-star on the board? Is he going to make it 13-13? Percentage won't be, he won't be able to top the percentage of Repotted anymore, but he can get the 3-star either way. It's going to be a Blizzard Lalo with Ice Golems. So let's see where he's going with the Warden. Okay, he is all in. Warden ability last second to make sure this blimp is going towards their Town Hall.
Now right there into the core of the base, we've got the Blizz coming down. Nice range and reach to take this on, and the surrounding defenses absolutely stunning. And these are one of my favorite style attacks to watch, these Ice Lalos in particular, because they're often used strategically by these pro players, knowing where they're going to pick up the most value with their timing of the Ice Hounds, typically where we have multis and heroes combined together, and also sometimes the air defenses within close proximity or scatter shots. So we'll keep an eye on where that comes through, but for now has a beautiful opener to secure the pathing for this Lalo.
Yeah, and we have the Ice Golem now coming in as well to support this hero dive to take down the Royal Champion and the Multi-Inferno Tower with maybe even X-Bows. Let's see how far they're going to make it. He needs a lot of value because, I mean, he has no Warden left anymore. He invested that Warden to get the blimp guaranteed to the Town Hall. There is a lot still on the defensive side, on this top side, with those X-Bows firing away on that King, the Multi-Inferno Tower, taking down those Barbarians with those giant bombs. The question is he going to be able to take down this defending Queen? At the moment, I'm not sure, but the Queen with that unicorn is kept alive And with that, they're pushing around the corner, and that might be enough to take down this Queen.
Beautiful invisibilities that actually help this Queen through, and it is enough to take down what's needed and come in with the assist. Look at the Lalo pathing again. We talk about these nice straight lines, a haste that force them along, and beautiful position of those Ice Hounds holding off the surrounding defenses, including the Eagle. So great pathing coming into this and a nice long line leading through. This is an excellent finish for M.S Esports. While not necessarily what they hoped for percentage-wise, still coming in at the end of the day as strong as they can try to be, but the Loons actually starting to thin out, and here come the traps on the back end to actually thwart it. And this is going to be the final defense coming in at the end of the day for Repotted Gaming, who certainly has carried their number over M.S Esports.
Yeah, really good bases, and there you can see as well that you can just throw off some teams with running unexpected bases where they might have not been prepared for. And only 12 stars from M.S Esports, that's something which is not that common, which you see. So really well done to the Repotted base building crew, getting this victory in the bag, 13-12. Impressive performance right there, and Repotted playing 2 matches today, winning 2 matches today, really convincing on offense and defense. So I'm looking forward to see them back tomorrow again in action. But that much just was incredible. We take a second look at the war stats. We have 12-13 with a really one-sided as well percentage overall, 96.2. And take a look at those numbers. That is impressive. Holding back M.S Esports like that, that's not easily done.
It is not. The 79% from Sinthe, I think, was the hardest one to swallow, because when you look at it, there was the 92, there was the 89%. If there was a triple, we would have been talking about a tied-up war. If Sinthe had come in the way we know Sinthe, this war would have been tied on percent and on stars. So that is, unfortunately, the way MS Esports goes down, but it means Repotted Gaming will advance on into tomorrow's round, but we still need to see who they're going to face off against later today. But first, I think we're going to take a look at a quick replay, and I think it has to have been one of the best attacks of the day, and that is from Alec here. So Alec came in with like this astonishing attack that we don't often get to see. You can see the start off of this with the Warden, with the Hound, and the surrounding Loons, all to bring the Blimp in for a nice, big, deep dive straight through the center of the base. So we use the Warden ability to come in here. We've got the super minions that we have to keep this Blimp under cover of, drops it down, gets it right into the core. But the reason that we use these super archers is, as Itsu mentioned, it's that gap between the town hall where the super wizards won't necessarily get it. But this also provides some excellent range and reach to get the surrounding defenses across. So this isn't a combination that we often see, but perfectly executed here. And you can see how much of the cores of the base has been taken down. About 31% of the base was taken down with this entire opener, leaving the surround easily accessible from the heroes and the remaining Loons. There's only 10 Loons and 14 minions to come into this. So this does provide the opportunity for the heroes to show their power. We start off with the spread of the heroes. Royal Champ coming in from the opposite side of the base. Also, she can sneak her way through, not only to take on the defenses on the top side, but get her way into the scatter shot while the King and Queen focus on the centralized area with the Eagle artillery. The Loons and Drag Rider to support them with that power, Rages to keep them moving along. And we've got the the Drag Rider and the Loons on the bottom side of the base. So he's taken this into quadrants after clearing out the core of the base and absolutely obliterates it. And that's because of the insane value he picked up initially from taking on the town hall, taking on scatter shots early on, and only leaving the Eagle and a scatter shot to worry about on the back end. This was so much powerful so that it left an invisibility spell to Swag, but something that you don't see typically very often, something that is very base specific. and you got to hand it to Alec for coming in with that creativity. And we're getting ready for our next war. We've got STRUT facing off against Absolute Zero. This is a match that we saw in the Swiss bracket. STRUT did get the win. Let's see if Absolute Zero learned their lesson and will come fighting back, as STRUT features Ast, Boom, Yo-Yo, Mask, and Tryhard. And we've got that beautiful combination from Absolute Zero here.
Takana, Chichin, Komakun, Morio, and Uzi coming in. Already playing one match earlier today, which means they're already heated up and ready to go into the battle. And we can take a look at the Swiss stage stats as well. They were pretty close, but take a look at that offense from STRUT. I mean, that's just impressive right there. 14.5 stars on average, 99.4% average destruction. That's a statement right there, and I cannot wait to see how those two teams are facing off. You said it, it's going to be a rematch from the Swiss stage, but that match already was a crazy one, so I cannot wait for this one to start, and we're jumping into the first attack.
Yeah, and I don't think we're too far off in the percentages. These two teams, I think, are very well paired in this. But again, we've got Komakun, who is the MVP for Absolute Zero, and we've got Ast, who's gone 4 for 4. So Komakun also finished off the day with his 6th run in a row. So we'll see what Ast can do in this war. But I think it's going to be a hard struggle because Absolute Zero likely have been watching STRUT over the last few days, trying to find ways to take them down, and we're going to see what kind of defenses they can bring to the table. It is Uzi kicking it off, coming in with the Super P.E.K.K.A Smash here. Again, we have, instead of bringing in Super Bowlers, we've got those Super Wizards. But we need to see the big push coming in, and an interesting start as we bring in the Blimp. See if this is going to be the Yeti Blimp to take on that multi-targeting Inferno, shape up the base, and quickly align any possible flank issue for those healers in particular as we work our way towards a town hall.
Yeah, it's really interesting to, again, see the defensive side of every single team, because we have not seen STRUT today so far. If I remember correctly, Absolute Zero were running under a 3-star style bases, but STRUT seems to be the second team now running those legend style bases. No ring bases like Repotted, but they're using those box style bases, so like the bases which are evolving from the box bases, because at this point you cannot really see a box base anymore. It's like they're becoming their own style now. So let's see how good this is going to work. So far, funneling a lot, trying to get the queen back inside, but with the skeleton trap, oh, that was just barely that this invisibility spell running out, but he got things right, and now he needs to start this P.E.K.K.A smash from the other side, because at this point, it's only 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
Yeah, this needs the time to come in. These smash style attacks typically do run out of time, with the exception of the Super Bowler that tends to be the faster one. It's an interesting approach because typically we do see the log launchers coming in with this, opting to go for the Yeti Blimp, which leads the jump into that Town Hall compartment. But once he's in here, everything is open, but nothing is taking the jump except a couple of Super Wizards who have no protection. This is, wait, but it is open. It's still open on the outside edge, so the jump is wasted, but there is the connection coming in. The only problem is that he's losing these Super Wizards. Healer's trying to keep them alive, freezes up the single and the Giga Inferno to try and give this the power coming through. And he does have cleanup spread around with the P.E.K.K.A and the Witches, so this actually could turn back around with the abilities he still has intact.
Yeah, especially now with the Royal Champion coming in from the bottom side. Springtrap right away for those Hog Riders, but he has the possibility of still finishing strong with the Royal Champion deployed so late into the attack. 35 seconds, Witches on the outside. They're so good for cleaning things up and doing quick work of those defense on the outside. And it's going to be a 3-star. Uzi showing off really, really nicely how to attack those bases. And that's like the problem with those box type bases. They're typically kind of weak versus those smash attacks. And Uzi, even though his entire army pretty much walked around with those openings where you try to deny wall breaks and everything, this makes your bases still a bit weaker again against those ground attacks, like those smash attacks, because troops can walk back inside where you did not really expect it.
Yeah, that definitely was a saving grace in this one, and a nice recovery at that. So this might put some pressure on STRUT to perform, because I wonder if they were hoping to see a defensive start going into this war. It does mean that they need to put the 3-star on the board leading off, and I'm not sure quite who we're going to see. We used to see Ast coming in a lot with the super drag attacks as a starting off point, because it's one of the easier approaches, but we have been seeing a lot of switch up coming in from STRUT lately. They've been playing around with a lot of different strategies, even seeing Yo-Yo coming in with spam, and we started calling him Spamo23 and E-Drags, and just we've seen a lot of mix-ups here, so not quite sure what to expect, but it seems like they've been prepping for anything and everything. But I still don't know if Absolute Zero is going to bring those right bases to the game. And it is going to be Tryhard actually starting this one off with the Flame Flinger Queen Charge Drag Rider.
Yeah, and that's something which we don't see too often. But having the Earthquake as well for that Town Hall. Town Hall already activated though, so he doesn't even need that Earthquake, so he can save that for later stages. The Queen is getting pushed around into that Eagle compartment. Things are looking good for him. There was, I think, an Ice Golem or something, or like a freeze going off to make sure the Flame Flinger is staying alive, because this Flame Flinger has to get that town on. That's like the purpose. And we have seen already early on the giant bomb on the outside around that Flame Flinger. And now the Queen is having to push at the same time into that Eagle compartment. Eagle taken down, so you can get started with like King and other things without anything getting activated, which is great. And now the Queen keep diving forward with the King on the outside, because, I mean, dragons are taking anything, right? So you have to use something to funnel them. Ooh. And this is what the King is for in this one.
That Flame Flinger just getting the Town Hall down, and will open up with the additional Rocket Loons coming in. That was mighty close. Queen's got the charge along to keep those drags moving on course. We've got the Drag Riders actually to support, so a bit more of a Hydra in the mix with a straight line power through. Rocket Loons maybe not getting as much value as we would have liked to have seen, but the King trying to force along the outside edge and helping to pick up the outside Tesla farm and those skellies. Queen struggling though, has her ability at least to force through and taking off some of the damage from that scatter shot from these dragons as they make their approach in.
Yeah, especially the King just luring away this Lava Hound on defense from those dragons and from the Queen. It's giving them even more power, more freedom to actually push through the back end. The Royal Champion now on offense, taking down the scatter as well. And that should be the first 3-star as well for STRUT. Beautiful attack right there with the Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack. So nicely done. And that's something which I think is really, really cool, because we have seen so many Lalo attacks and everything. So seeing something different, and as well then Super Dragons, so seeing something different in an approach is really nice to see. And STRUT Tryhard coming in with the different approach, making sure that he's starting things off strong for STRUT, especially considering that I just cannot get over it. Their average stars were 14.5 in the Swiss system, which is an insane number and should be by far the highest number for any of the teams. At the same time, though, Booms told me that their defense, they were not happy with their defense. At the same time, while they were being the best team on offense, they're as well kind of the worst team on defense then around as well, which isn't the goal for especially going into this knockout stage and this playoff stage. So we have to see if they turn things around, able to defend Absolute Zero. Otherwise, it's going to come down to nerves and maybe like one small mistake like we have seen in our first match today, which ended on 15-14 with a 2% difference, which was incredibly close. So let's see what it's going to be, if the bases are holding strong or if some more nerves are going to come into the match as well, and we have to wait for that.
And some risky attacks. I mean, we've seen players switching it up like Synthe, and when you do that, when you're trying to switch up the approach, or, you know, try and go up against spaces that you're not necessarily used to having to go up against, which matches your attack strategy, that's where it does make a difference. And the same goes for Tryhard. I mean, we often see him with the Queen Charge Lalos or Zapquake Lalos. So this is a slightly different approach, but we have been seeing the team switching it up here and there. Absolute Zero, though, we have been seeing coming in mighty strong. It's the defenses that I think we question the most, because I don't think we get to see quite enough of them in the lineups. So this is where they certainly could impress today. And we do have Chichin coming in with the log launcher, Lalo. So we're going to push our heroes coming in, but we aren't going to use the Warden. We're going to use this Warden to work in with the Lalo since we've got 30 loons in the lineup. Just want to push our way through the core, clear out the multi-targeting Inferno and some of the heroes in the core of the base and create a nice path for the Lalo portion.
Yeah, but again, you've said it, it's such a risky attack, because if this log launcher is not getting the value you need, it is going to be a horrible scenario right there. But he's starting things off really early with that Lalo, even the Earthquake into the core to make sure that he's getting this opening done, getting his Queen deeper into that core. The Lalo started from this far right side. The Warden not deployed yet. Maybe you're too scared of the Warden not following or something. Maybe you forgot it. Oh, he forgot about it. No, the Warden's not following. Warden, come on. He forgot the Warden. And this means now the Warden is stuck on the far side with those minions. And now it's all about, can he take down the Town Hall? Because the Warden is not going to come close to actually follow those loons. And the entire Town Hall is stacked with those Tesla. And this means some big problems.
He's got the Queen. He has the Yeti. Use the invisibility spell, holding onto the Queen ability to get in here and get that Town Hall taken down. The Warden can still help through with the Yeti on the backside, but the Queen's going for everything but. If he can line this up right, the Warden and the ability and the Queen right inside there will get this Town Hall taken down and recover it. He doesn't even use the Warden ability. Why are we swagging it coming through? Get that Warden ability off. Keeps her safe through the Poison Bomb. 57 seconds left to go. We've still got a Yeti up top. We've got the minions trying to take care of the cleanup. And there are no more air targeting defenses. So these minions could actually get it done. But the question is time, especially with the Warden. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, the face cam, it's so good how he's celebrating. I mean, is it kind of close because of the skeletons? I feel like time is a problem. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he oh my god, what is he doing? Yeah, 20 more seconds, and I think time is going to be the biggest issue right there for him. The Warden is coming short, and he's trying to keep showing us how crazy of a save this was. It's 7 seconds left, and is it going to be a 3? He's not even watching.
There we go, the 3-star from Chijin. That is going to be the most epic recovery we have seen yet. I mean, just... I don't even know if he knew if it was going to happen, but he was egging it on. Absolutely phenomenal, and we've got a war on our hands, Itsu, because if it's coming down this close, the defense, like, how do you swag your Warden like that and still come in with the 3-star?
I mean, to be honest, the plan itself was really OP. I mean, the heroes took down so much value around their tops that the Queen surviving for so long. And I think one key to the success was actually that he started his Lalo so early. So getting things right there with the Queen, and then the Unicorn switching to the Warden, and the Warden ability to keep the Unicorn alive. I mean, that was just a crazy attack. And let's hope that STRUT is not too disappointed, because to be honest, as a base builder, I would be probably kind of mad at this point that this is still going through. But now we have the attack from Musk, and the first wall breaker is not working, which means the export compartment is not getting open, and I think he wanted to have that open.
Yeah, STRUT at this point has to kind of throw back that frustration on what they would have thought was going to be a defense there for themselves, hyping them up. So they've got to stay calm, cool, and collected if they want to keep toe-to-toe against Absolute Zero, who has an absolutely dominating performance so far. Queen charging her way through, taking on that scatter shot, has nice open range to lead her way into the multi, and we still need to lead access getting into that Town Hall compartment. So the way we go about it is bringing in the log launcher, getting our way through, nice deep line drive, And it's going to be the Lalo that's going to have to help support as the King takes on the Eagle compartment. So we'll see the Lalo likely coming in from the scatter shot area down at the 9 o'clock side of the base.
Yeah, lock launcher still going strong. King and Royal Champion from that top side. Nice taking down the Eagle. So he does not need to worry about that anymore. And Queen going strong as well.
Nice pickup of the traps. Those loons coming out, soaking up, but the Drag Rider also taking it to the face there. So that means the single stance. He's got the freeze to hold this off. He's got a couple actually, but does poison up those super minions. Queen does not need to burn through her ability and does not need to waste a rage, but might want to consider using the freeze for the Warden Tower, which packs that nasty punch. Here we go with a Lalo as well, and drops the invisibility spell for the Royal Champion to take down the multi in the core, keeping a nice course of path for this Laloon. This is looking good so far, especially with the abilities intact here.
Yeah, that Queen taking down the town was nice as well. Even having another freeze left is a really, really nice thing. And now it's all about those loons dodging the town or poison, which they're doing. That Royal Champion with their last ability as well, getting things right. And that air defense is going to fall as well. Another 3-star in STRUT, showing that they're coming to play, that they're here to take that victory. But at the same time, so far, both teams perfect, 6-6. And I think this match is really coming up to the hype of this rematch of the Swiss stage right here. And let's hope that the next attack for F0 is not as close, even though it was really entertaining. I still don't know how he actually saw that as a 3-star, because I felt like it was kind of close. But he was celebrating quite early, getting excited. But now we have F0 in next, and let's see what crazy masterpieces they have next on the menu for us to watch.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the funnest wars to watch with what we have so far coming in. The highs, the lows, the convincing 3-stars, especially coming in from Mask. That was definitely a beautiful approach coming in. We often see different ways of using these Queen Charge log launchers. More custom, I think people are used to seeing them with the Drag Riders, but you can get big value on these quadrant style bases where you have the split value between the town halls, the scatter shots, the eagles, and just launch your queen down towards a town hall, get the big value from the king, and take a small compartment with your Lalo and take it down quite that easy. I mean, that's a tough thing with defense right now, is the massive amount of combinations of strategies that we have, because it's really difficult to defend against every single one of these approaches that you can come in with, especially with the power of the heroes.
Yeah, that's right. There's so many different strategy compositions which you can choose, and we have another legend style base with an interesting tunnel compartment. So let's see how that one is going to defend. We have that eagle on the far right side with those air defense as well in the second row. We already have the lock launcher. Wait, the flame flinger is in, but it's in range of that arch tower. That's not looking good for Takana. He might lose that flame flinger right away. And there's another mortar as well, so the flame flinger is going to lose a lot of hit points. He's trying to tank the mortar with the Barbarian, really smart move. But still, a lot of hit points are gone from the siege machine.
Yeah, and this means it's not going to necessarily be able to take out the scatter shot itself, but what do we have to come in from it? We've got the loons taking the lead and the Drag Rider that needs to come through, and that should be enough. Maybe if the air defense doesn't take it down, the loons in the safe zone, so it gets most of what it wanted, but maybe not as much as it possibly could have. Queen's in a really good position to wrap her way around. We've got one additional super wall breaker to try and open up the compartment in the core of the base, get to that multi, and start our Lalo through the town hall position. Let's see if we can get that lined up just right. Rage coming in, which is a perfect opportunity to send in the super wall breaker and get the pass coming through, but the king did not take down the eagle, and that's going to be problematic because that's going to continue to fire away now.
Yeah, not taking down the eagle is a really big problem, especially like the hero value, like the king value overall was just really little. Considering how powerful those heroes are, that was not a lot. He's now starting with that Lalo, with the Warden, into that town hall compartment, not reaching that 50% just yet, which means the town hall's not activated yet. So needs to be careful with that. The Royal Champion now coming into the multi-inferno tower compartment in the core as well. Now, finally, the 50% is reached. The Warden ability is getting used. But there's the Tornado Trap, keeping those loons in the Town of Poison, which means they are all about to go down with just that Queen left. This should be the first defense of this match. The Queen is getting enraged again. There's going to be a couple of more supportive troops, but that single Aphelion tower is not even going down. And with that, it's all about for Takana to save the percentage. Save as many percentage as he might get to make sure that percentage is on the side of the Absolute Zero squad for the end. But that attack, I think it was pretty much just the King. King not getting the value he was looking for, and we know how powerful those heroes are, like what value you're like counting them on to get. And this really was then a big game changer for the Queen Charge.
It really was, and you know, the multitasking that had to go along, because knowing that he didn't get the value that he needed and had to adjust while he got the Lalo going does put a little bit of distraction on when you're timing that Warden ability, which is critical, especially knowing that there are the possibility of those tornado traps that are going to sweep you back through. So I got to give a huge kudos to Kana for handling that really well and keeping the percent as high as it is with the 88%. Obviously not quite as high as they would like to see, but this still could keep them in the mix if they can bring in some defense, which they've shown they can do. It just depends on how much they can do it. And we still have asked Boom and Yo-Yo to attack, I believe. So we'll have to see if there's going to be any slip-ups and what these guys are actually bringing along to the mix today. But we also have Komakun, who I'm still interested to see, because we've got those MVP players that we want to keep an eye on. Asked for STRUT and Komakun for Absolute Zero here.
Yeah, and Boom is next with a Skelly Donut bat. Okay. What do you call it? Jelly Belly something?
The Skelly Jelly Donut. We've got the bats. The Skelly's in the court.
That's what I said.
It looks like a, yeah, it looks like a Skelly, like a jelly donut right inside there, and gets the value that he intended. We did get the multi in the core. We did get the CC. So he opens up what he needs to connect to the town hall. We want to create these adjoining compartments to work together to shape up the path for our Lalos or our Hogs, whatever we want to come in. In this case, it is going to be for the Lalo.
Yeah, and with some of those sets are right in front of the town hall, it's going to be light a little bit, and he needs to be careful with that Queen. Even invest another freeze into that defending Warden, because it's dealing so much damage to those heroes, to the Queen in this specific case. With the King and the Royal Champion taking down the defending Royal Champion and the defending Scatter, and the Lalo starting right away. This is like what's so important, is to share the damage and make sure that the King tanking is not wasted. Instead, he's starting with that Lalo right away into that Eagle side. And this, so far as an entry, is looking really good. And he's not even deployed the Warden yet. Most likely, yep, from this bottom side to get those Headhunters with the Warden ability as quickly as possible into the defending Queen.
Yeah, this is why we often see these pushes from the side edge and not coming from the top of the base. It helps to keep it connected nicely together. Queen is down, Loon's working beautifully. We've got the haste to try and sweep through. Would be good to try and sweep across into the Wizard Tower, especially with the pushback from the Air Sweeper. But we still have the Stone Slimer to come into play. He just lost a lot of Loons in the mix of this, and he knows he's got the power to continue on. I just wouldn't want to risk it in this scenario, knowing that the single still stands. We've got the Drag Rider to help out. And here comes the haste to try and force everything along. Cleanup looking good. He is happy. Fist pumps in the air, and boom, gets it done with, what are we? I think everybody wants it to be the Jelly Belly. The Jelly Belly donut.
I mean,
coming in.
Would be a funny name for it. But I think let's just switch the topic again, okay? But no, like, really nice attack from Boom right there, coming with the Jelly Belly in the beginning to take down the Town Hall, take down the Clan Castle and Inferno Tower as well. But yeah, Absolute Zero now needs to keep the pressure high, or at least stay inside this match pressure-wise, because there's just so much on the line, obviously, and falling behind versus STRUT is never a thing you would like to do, especially just taking a look at the history of the last few years, of the last 2 years actually. Both times STRUT, back then Alternate, both times won their first golden ticket. So it is not easy to come up against them already, but especially with like knowing this fact as well. So they have to bring it all, and they have to come up with crazy strategies to beat those bases, especially those really annoying looking legend anti-2 style-ish bases. So let's see what we see next from them and what type of base we see next from STRUT.
Absolutely. I think STRUT's been preparing for this, but we talked about it earlier too. You know, STRUT actually had a little bit more of an advantage over Absolute Zero, who had to fight a match already and burn some bases to get in here. So STRUT obviously has the advantage of having extra bases if they were to win to go forward. So that gives them a position of saying, you know, like, where do they want to save these for? But still, there's that team that has been very unknown to players, and Boom said it in the interview that we saw over on the COC Esports Twitter page, and that is Perumania, that a lot of people did not expect. They did not see them coming. That came in the first seed. Absolutely stunning performance, and I think today all eyes are going to be on them to see how they're going to try and defend. But let's see what Morio can do, because they need the 3 stars coming in and try and find a way to defend against STRUT. We've got the Queen Charge log launcher hog. We talked about it. There are many ways you can go about these Queen Charge log launcher pushes when you get a nice line drive to the town hall on the outskirts. And with the hogs, you don't have to pat them quite as close knit as you do with the hybrids, because the miners are the ones that spreads. The hogs go for those defenses, but you want to get maximum value out of your heal, and he only has 1 in the mix and the Warden ability to use with that.
Yeah, so it's really heavy on that charge side with those rages. So many rages in this attack. So he needs to make sure that he's making it count. He is getting all of the value he needs. And so far, no lock launcher yet. So where is the lock launcher getting used? That's the question. Or is he just relying on that queen maybe to get through the wall? No, now we have the lock launcher coming in. He waited for the clan castle to come out, and actually there's super minions in there. We know them. They like to deal a lot of damage, so you need to be careful. Another rage is needed to make sure this queen is staying alive. Meanwhile, we have that king getting pushed into this far right side, and he's not even waiting for the king. He's just going straight with those hog riders into the eagle compartment as well. And that means with so many hogs now swarming the base, he just needs to make sure that this one heal is getting placed perfectly. But there goes the queen ability.
Ooh, there are all those traps, and this is why we typically bring in some extra healers into the mix. But we've got the Ice Golem actually to help freeze up a nice radius, keep that queen alive, keep those healers safe. Hog's doing some good work, speeding through the back end of the base as the Royal Champ hangs on to her ability, and the King has his ability intact in here as well. Morio's in a good spot. Healers, though, gonna be subject to that multi, which does go down to the Hog, so they do survive. And this is looking like a done deal for Morio with the 3-star as everything converges together here at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, what an attack. I love to see those different attacks coming in. Queen Charge, Hog Rider, let's go right there. Coming in with a beautiful charge and finishing off with so many Hog Riders swarming that eagle. The king just for tanking purposes and obviously taking down the defending king. So overall, a really, really nice plan. And with that, they're right behind STRUT. So STRUT only 1 small mistake and they're already tied. So a lot of pressure is on STRUT. They want to keep that lead, obviously. And I mean, as you have said, we have still a lot of good attackers from their side to attack. And let's see how they can do. And especially, as you have said it, with the storyline of the MVPs, Ast has yet to attack, and we have to wait and see what he's coming up. If he's going Super Dragon, or if he's going Crazy Lalo, or something different. So we have to wait for that for sure.
We definitely do. Often when we see Ast coming in with those super drags, he takes that first lead approach because it's the easiest one to contend with. So I almost tend to think we might see something different, but that doesn't mean he's not going to come in with some of those risky super drag attacks that drive me absolutely batty. So we'll wait and see what he has in store. But we also want to keep an eye on Komokun as well, who has gone perfect. He was 5 for 5 coming into this, also picked up a triple in his previous war today. So he has stayed perfect in his run and doing phenomenally well. Absolute Zero definitely showing a good performance going up against STRUT, who they did already face and lost against. They just need to see if they can hold the defense coming through. And it's asked, and he is coming in with the super drags, but we've got some bats here, which makes me suspect we're going to use it for some possible distraction. Wait. Are we going to use it for Skelly? Wait. Jelly Belly Donut?
Let's go. We invented a new strategy. That's how easy it is, right? You just need to come up with a crazy army strategy name and yeah, but the value is incredible. Taking down 2 Inferno Towers and that tank us as well. I believe even like another Expo or something. So really good value already. Taking down now the Town Hall with the Flame Flinger. What are you wishing for otherwise? Like getting all of the value in. And now we have those Super Dragons swarming the base from the bottom side. Early warn ability, as you typically do with the Super Dragons. And then the Queen and the King in a second to push them back into that ear compartment. The Town Hall is falling. The defending Warden should fall soon as well. And that Flame Flinger has still half of its hit point, which means it's going to clear out a really far, like a really big part of this top side as well. And the heroes are in. Only Royal Champion left to deploy, and already the majority of this base gone.
Yeah, you know, I know there are a lot of people out there who say, you know, nerf super drags, but the one thing, and they don't like to see it, but the one thing about the super drag attack is there's so many different ways to go about it. But Ast yet again shows the creativity that you can bring with it. The Flame Flinger in connection with the Jelly Belly Donut coming in. The maximum value that he got out of that and the pathing that he created for these super drags is just absolutely phenomenal. We still have a minute 12 on the clock, and we were just about to end this attack here. Beautiful timing on the freeze for that for the scatter shot and Expo, and the Royal Champ still with that ability intact. This is absolutely stunning and probably one of the most impressive super drag attacks I have seen yet. I think Ast is just definitely flexing his skill. We've known he's been one of the top super drag attackers since it came out into the mix, and he seems to never cease to impress us with how he can go about these strategies.
Yeah, but I feel like especially this attack was not all about the Super Dragons, even though they were the troop then to finish off the base. But just this entry with the bats, with the skeleton spell and the invisibility spell, really nicely deployed that you got so much value. I mean, this is not every single day that you're getting the Clan Castle and Expo and 2 Inferno Towers with just those spells out of the way. And then, in addition to that, the most important defense, which is that Town Hall. You can take that out as well as with the Flame Flinger. That's like, I mean, you cannot ask for any more. So really, really nice opening. And after that, just the Super Dragons, because they're just one of the safest options to go through that without risking anything for us. And he's keep his perfect streak alive. And to be honest, if I remember correctly, I think all of the STRUT players are actually perfect, except unfortunately, Boom right there over the Swiss stage at least. All of them had a crazy performance, as we have said earlier, or as we have seen earlier actually, 14.5 stars on average in those matches in the Swiss stage, which is crazy, the highest out of all of those teams. But now we have again Absolute Zero coming in, and they need to 3-star. They need to 3-star to keep the dream alive of maybe STRUT somehow throwing the lead away or something. But yeah, the first thing which has to happen is Absolute Zero need to 3-star to keep that dream alive.
They definitely do, and they seem to be coming in with just amazing strategies and even excellent recoveries, and it is Komakun. So we just had the MVP for STRUT, who kept his streak alive. Komakun, the MVP here for Absolute Zero, looking to keep his streak alive as well, and we've got it again. I mean, I think I have a hankering now for some jelly donuts once we finish this war. But we've got more of the Skelly Bat donut coming into the core of the base. So we look to take down the CC, but he doesn't get it done. Itsu, this is going to be detrimental to the opener, because typically we take these down to help with the hero push coming in or the position of the Lalo, and that CC still stands and is going to pose a huge threat.
Yeah, that's a big problem when you're investing so much into taking down that clan castle building, and you have especially no poison. And it's the worst clan castle for him as well. There is a mass headhunter and super mini clan castle, which is the complete nightmare for any attacker if you don't have a poison. The queen is... Yeah, he needs to invest the freeze for the headhunters. He needs to invest the freeze for the super minions. So things aren't looking that good. But at the same time, though, that queen is having a really nice pathing right there. He's freezing again. Oh my goodness, he has no freezes left. He needs to take down that town hall. Is there a giant bomb? Then things could look bad, but the queen might be able to take down the town hall. The queen shooting once, shooting a couple of times and getting that town hall. And that was clutch.
Wow, just by the skin of her teeth gets that done. But the freeze investment means we don't have it for the scatter shots coming in. We don't have it for the multi on the back end. And we don't have it for the queen and eagle if need be. So the Stone Slammer has a lot of work to do, taking the lead here. And this is a massively widespread for the Loons with not getting everything quite in. But the Stone Slammer at least gets into that Warden aura and tanks its way through. He's got to push his way along. Queen needs to go down fast, but looks like the Headhunter went flinging. So we need the Electro Owl to come in and help out here.
Yeah, and it's the defending queen which might have the chance of actually turning this into a defense, because considering that the entry looked not as good as promising as he was hoping for, this attack looks way too good. Komakun might be able to turn things around with that last defensive building going down, with the queen falling as well. 30 seconds left. And that's how MVPs look like. MVPs of Episode 0 getting things done. What an impressive comeback. The queen wrapping around back into that tunnel compartment was the big game changer. And I feel like we have seen this today many times actually, that those openings in the wall, especially on the strut side, that the heroes and the smash in the first attack coming back to that town hall really was not good for the strut team. So those openings, which are typically that good against those wall breakers, sometimes can really cost you big times, and that was the big reason why Komakun was able to recover this with such a clean Lalo attack.
Yeah, something for them to keep into consideration potentially for tomorrow's match, if they are able to make their way through, is potentially tightening that up. But you got to give it to Absolute Zero, because they have had some of the most clutch attacks coming in, and it's these beautiful recoveries that have gotten them this far. This is a strong team, a determined team, and again, This is why we are seeing these players fighting so hard, because of that $50,000 prize pool on the line and the coveted golden ticket, because the first place winner is not only going to walk away with $30,000 of that prize pool, but the golden ticket, the very first one, into the World Championships this year. Now, Yo-Yo still has the pressure on to perform, to try and pick up that 3-star, keep things moving, and try and maintain a lead for his team. So we have the Queen Charge, Drag Rider, and I noticed the Hogs, which makes me suspect we want to pull that CC out, get it a little bit deeper in so the Queen can contend with it without too much damage coming through. So let's see if that's how he intends to bring it into play here as she pushes her way along.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right with that. He's trying to use those Hog Riders onto the Bitter Hut, and exactly what you said is about to happen, luring out those Clan Castle troops. There's the rage, because again, we have super minions coming and approaching that queen. The freeze is there as well, because the queen is a lot of damage. You never underestimate a Warden on defense. A Warden on defense is really deadly to a queen. Unicorn is falling, but he's taking down the Clan Castle now. So I think it's for sure worth it. So the question now is then, obviously, where is he following? Where is he sending those Dragon Riders in? Because the Town Hall is about to fall at the moment. One thing which this queen does perfectly is she's dodging that Singer Fern Tower. She's staying out of range of that Singer Fern Tower, which is huge, which is clutch. And now the queen is about to take down the Town Hall. And now it's all about that he's starting his other heroes, because it's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Yeah, so we've got the Drag Riders actually coming in from this 8 to 9 o'clock side of the base, I almost suspected coming in where the Queen was because of the headhunters. But we can still reserve those, help the Queen out as the Queen took down the defending RC. Stone Slammer trying to keep this on course, and the King weaving his way in and out. If he can get into that Eagle compartment, that would be huge, bursting through that ability. Queen still standing, will take on the defending AQ here and have a big push coming in. And we've got 2 invisibility spells that have yet to be used so far. Dropping it now for that Queen to get her through the single targeting Inferno. Warden ability timed perfectly to help get through the 12 o'clock compartment here and spare all those loons and drag riders. And those loons can pick up any additional traps along the way.
Yeah, that's right. With the King somehow ending up in the core of this base, the Royal Champion has to finish off the top side with that, with those Dragon Rides together. But time is ticking, 25 seconds left. But remember, he does not need a 3-star. 89% is enough for the win, and that should be it for sure. Another invisibility spell to keep that Royal Champion alive with her ability. 14 seconds to finish up for a 3-star. This is the win. This is the important percentage which he got. But is it a 3-star for his team and for himself to keep that perfect record? But I feel like time is just a little bit too much. And this means 14-14. But the percentage win for STRUT in this epic face-off.
Yeah, this was exactly what they needed. I think they wanted to finish this off with a perfect war. But if you come 3% shy, how is that the worst thing possible? So this does mean that STRUT does advance on. They will face off against Repotted Gaming tomorrow, which is going to be an interesting battle considering what we saw defensively from Repotted Gaming. But very close matchup here, 14-14, absolute zero. Just unfortunately a little too low on the percentage mark, but with some amazing, incredible recoveries and attack strategies here today.
Yeah, when you talk about recoveries, like that attack from Kuma-kun was incredible. Really nicely done for him. But yeah, as well what you mentioned, the matchup tomorrow, which we have between Repotted and STRUT, is going to be incredible as well, because we have seen both of those teams using those anti-2-star style bases, and we know as well STRUT is really active in Legends. So let's see if Repotted is keep going with that strategy, or if they're switching to anti-3. Really looking forward to see what the strategy might look like. But before we're diving into our next match, because we have one more match today for our stream, we want to take a look at the replay. And I think we have to take a look at one of the most craziest entries which we have seen over this day so far, which was the attack from us. The MVP of STRUT for this tournament so far, coming in with first triggering a couple of traps, scouting nicely for the Flameflinger to make sure that the Flameflinger is getting that town hall. Then the Earthquake, then the Invisibility spell to take down the Wizard Tower, 2 Inferno Towers, and the Clan Castle. That's a lot of value right there, with having meanwhile still this Flameflinger working on that town hall, or like getting close to that town hall. A lot of spells invested, but at the same time he's following up with Super Dragons that do not need that many spells. And not only that, he took down a lot of buildings, a lot of important buildings like the Inferno Towers. No, in addition to that, he created perfect pathing. You can see it's so clear that from this bottom side the core is empty, and those Super Dragons just have to work around this ring, work around into the Eagle, and then making sure that they're finishing off with that Flameflinger around the top side. So you can see now, Dragon Trap, no problem whatsoever. It's nice, but hey, the Super Dragons are having a nice time in there. Meanwhile then, the King and the Queen getting extended from this far left side to take down the air defense and push those Super Dragons back into the Eagle direction, because the Eagle, it deals quite some damage onto those Super Dragons, so you need to be careful. Freeze onto the second Inferno Tower, nicely done right there. Now we can see on the far right side that those rocket loons are coming out of the Flamefinger, taking out a couple of more buildings right there. And this means then that the core is completely empty now. Even more traps getting triggered inside that core, with the rocket loons now flying in front of those Super Dragons. And then, I mean, he has not even deployed the Royal Champion yet, guys. I mean, he does not even need the Royal Champion, to be honest, at this point. Sending it in from the top side to take down the air defense, just to be sure, just to be safe. And that opening was just impressive. That Skelly Donut in the beginning, that Jelly Belly was a really, really nice move. And with that, us overtaking this base nice and easy. And I think with that, we really want to jump into our last match of the day, because, I mean, there's going to be an upper bracket match, or Seed 1 versus Seed 2, kind of in our last match of the day. And that's going to be a crazy, crazy match.
Yeah, we've got the chat going crazy with the Jelly Belly Donut, and I think we're going to get some new thumbnails coming in from Clash with Eric on those. I can't wait to see what these thumbnails look like.
Let's go, Eric.
I think tomorrow I'm going to be ready with some jelly donuts on stream, so there we go. But yeah, this matchup that we have coming up is going to be very exciting, because we're talking about the number 1 and 2 seed, Perumania. And we've got X-Team Esports. Now, I want to talk about Perumania very quickly, because this is a team that Boom talked about. They took down STRUT during the Swiss bracket. Nobody knew what to expect from them. So we've got Albert, Kronos, Fredu, J. Carlos, and Mr. Jeff. This is a team to watch out for, keep your eye on. And of course, Itsu, we've got X-Team Esports here as well.
That's right. Coming in with a roster of Den, Homura, Jaga, Melly, and XBB. And we can expect a lot from them. Especially what we love about the X team is that they're coming in with some unconventional strategies sometimes and surprise us as viewers and enjoying some Clash with Valkyries, 10 healer charges, and all those crazy things. So really looking forward to see if they throw some of those curveballs into the mix and see if they can surprise not only us, but as well especially Perumania, because, I mean, at this meta, if you're going that crazy, it's really unlikely that those things are baited. And I feel like at this point, at this level of the competition, where the players are as good as Kumakun and can turn around baits like that, I feel like baits, like incredible good baits, are the only thing which can turn things around. And you can see those stats right there on your screen. Both teams finishing the Swiss stage with 3-0. And take a look at those average. They are so close. Both of their MVPs as well, 3 out of 3. I mean, it is really close in between of those two teams.
Yeah, I'm impressed. 13.3 and 13.7 average to average stars, but the 97.1 and 97.3, so really keeping this close. And we'll be keeping an eye on Den and Mr. Jeff to see how they fare in these wars. But the most impressive thing is these two teams, I think, were underrated, and they definitely got the better of the teams that they faced off against, particularly Perumania, who...
Sorry, but let's go.
Yeah. Well, this is what we expect coming in from XBB. This is what he's known for in his attack style, is coming in with the Queen Charge Valks. So let's see what he can do, bringing in the Flame Flinger to get this going. We do have the Quake to activate the Town Hall, and the Yetis, very smart move, picking up those Teslas that we worry about, because this is one way to bait the Flame Flinger approach.
Yeah, that's right. And it kind of feels like that you're in one of those Creative Masters Series matches from Carbon Fin with those 11 Valkyries. But no, this is Clash Worlds Qualifier. Everything is on the line for those teams. And you do not want to drop out at this position, especially having such a big advantage of where you got seeded in the bracket. So let's see how he's going to turn things with those 11 Valkyries and the 1 Golem as well, and how he's going to push and use them further into the core of this base. So far, things are looking good for his Flame Flinger. No skeleton traps so far, which is always great news, but needs to be careful. Some of them might be around over there. There's a Spring Trap on the outside around the Flame Flinger, but that obviously is not going to affect the Siege Machine. But now, the Queen approaching a little bit more of a damage area with the Warden, with 2 Expos and the King. I think he might need to use the Queen ability.
Yeah, he's got to get the King and the Golem in for that Eagle compartment so he can force the Queen into the core of the base. And he needs to line this up, just waiting for a little bit patiently before getting the Valks in, because the Valks, you've got to watch with their speed. They run ahead, and they're taking on the damage coming in from the Eagle, which is not ideal, but they do bypass it, miss it, but they're still going to continue to take the lead over the Golem. This is why you have to try and hold on to them as long as possible. Pops that Warden ability. It looks like he does manage to clip those Valks in, but we've got some springing and lost a lot along the way. But let's see if the Queen and King can carry this on. But Itsu, the Town Hall, has not gone down. It is hanging on with the Queen defending it. And this is going to be a huge possible defensive start here for Perumania. But bringing in the Royal Champ to try and take it on as the Queen also works her way through. But the healers dying out from the multi-targeting Inferno.
Oh.
This is not going to be enough to save the 2-star. XBB in a tough position for his team to start it off this way.
Oh no, the Flameflinger falling short, and that's like the risk you take if you have only the Flameflinger for the town hall, and if you already commit all of your remaining troops for the other side of the base. And oh no, I really feel for him. Unfortunate start for X Team, and that's the first attack, right? Like that's a huge momentum boost for Perumania, and oh, that really has to hurt. It's a really unfortunate XBMB. And now we have Perumania coming in next, and they really can put up the pressure, because if they're 3-star, there would be 2 stars and percentage ahead, and that's quite a bit. So could be an incredible one-sided start, but we have seen other matches already getting turned around earlier today. So the match is never over, right? So things can always happen, things can always change, so we have to wait for the next few attacks.
And let's remember, back to the stats that we had from the Swiss bracket, the overall average was 13 stars for each of these teams. So the 1-star could still lead them into that position if they go perfect, coming in through their matches. So that's what we're going to wait to see, is if they can try and recover this. It is never a done deal with a 1-star at the start. And if anything, if you're going to 1-star, you want to do it at the start, because that motivates a team to come in with those 3 stars and try and carry it through. It just depends on what they have defensively to try and hold back Perumania, which is a team we don't know very much of. And we're going to get to see more now as they start off with the Super Bowler Smash. We've got the 7-1 combination and lightning spell. Let's see where this Queen is placed, right there next to the scatter shot, so it can pick up some big value, knocking out that section there and creating additional paths to come across. And there we go. Drops it down. Did we get the Queen in there? Ooh. Yes, we did. Oh, well, we at least got the scatter shot. Queen still stands. Didn't even focus on getting that Queen down. But that should be easy contention coming in. And we've got the log launcher to open up the pathing. But a nice spread in what he did with that.
Yeah, really nice spread. And unconventional strategy again. So we have now seen a mass Valkyrie attack, and the next one is going to be a super giant, super bowler witch lock launcher attack onto this base. And I mean, that's something which is really uncommon. They might know the base though, because I think it's already got shared on Twitter. Maybe they used it in Swiss stage. I don't remember who shared it exactly. But yeah, already faced it a couple of times on Legends and so on. So it might be that Perumania already attacked this base at one point. The question though is, were the traps changed? Did he adapt those traps, and did he adjust them to make sure that maybe those smash attacks, which are so popular at the moment, are not working anymore? But the lock launcher is keep opening more and more into that core with those logs rolling. And so far with the delayed vulnerability, things are not looking too bad.
No, definitely not looking too bad. I mean, that is an approach to use a base that's already known and try and switch things up to deter, but coming in with these kind of bases, it is a little bit harder because there's some forgiveness coming in. However, we have not made our way to the town hall. We don't have the jump here to connect, and there's no openings, which means the Queen now needs to come through. The Royal Champion needs to jump over the wall. The Queen's going to have to be through to take on the town hall, and the Yetis and the Witches are the only saving grace on this. So we are looking at a potential 2-star defense for X Team to try and recover and settle the deal. I do believe we should maybe see the 2-star with the town hall going down. Freeze holding this off, keeping that Queen raged up. It is just enough power to get the 2-star in so they don't wind up in the same position, but it is not necessarily enough to finish off the job here and get the triple, though the Yetis are still taking quite a bit of a lead. It's more a matter of the time.
Yeah, a lot of more beings are getting collected, but you have said it, percentage-wise, it's not that big of a deal regarding the 1-star from Perumania. So it's kind of like a start where Perumania started with 3 stars, and X team started with 2 stars. So the difference is not as big anymore in between of those 2 teams, and actually it might be even better because the percentage is not as big. It's only this 1 star, which is the difference maker. So overall, it is going to finish on 88% 2-star for J. Carlos, and Perumania is falling short as well. So the first match, which has not started with those 3 stars already in the first round, so the first more defensive-sided match which we have seen so far in the upper bracket for the first and second seed team from the Swiss stage going head-to-head.
Yeah, this is definitely making it an easier push for X team to try and come back into the mix, but they're going to need those defenses coming through, especially since they are down slightly on the percent factor. So we'll see what they can do. And we did talk about the fact that these 2 teams were able to, I guess, recover. You know, you had the 13-star wars. They were lower star counts, which means they held their opponents back as well. If that's where they were hitting, they were holding their opponents back to 13 to 12 stars. So we should see some exceptional defenses coming through, which we already are. Den Den, though, this is one of the MVP hitters for X team. And he's coming in with a Flame Flinger, Super Dragon, which I don't know how it will fare against what we saw from Ast, but definitely coming in with a strong, powerful start, and interesting to come in with that Zapquake right along the outside of the Town Hall.
Yeah, Flamefinger trying to get more and more value, but with this tester form, this might already cost quite a bit of the lifespan of the Flamefinger. And we have just seen what happens if you skip that. Oh no, if you skip that Town Hall, but there's the Baby Dragon to save the Flamefinger. The question though is, he has no Baby Dragon left anymore, and if there's another Skeleton Trap, this might be a big problem. He has now started with those Super Dragons, so no coming back from this one. Another Skeleton Trap, and he would be done. That's the question, if there's any more traps at the top side. The Super Dragons are now in from this bottom right side. And we have the heroes already in from the bottom side as well. So only the Royal Champion can be deployed still. Otherwise, he has committed everything. And this Flamefinger needs to take down the Town Hall. But there's the Giant Bomb. The Giant Bomb and the Town Hall is surviving. Oh no, this could be a repeat of the story. Another Black Mine, and the Super Dragon needs to take down the Town Hall. The Archers over there as well to distract it. This is really bad news.
Oh no, this is going to be a tough way to turn back around. There are no battle builders at least to pick that Town Hall back up. Royal Champ is coming in, will have her Seeking Shield, and she has the support of the Drag Riders. He's got the freeze to hold off. Is going to need to maybe consider using this. Launches that Seeking Shield to get the extra boost of health so she can come in and take this on. Drops a freeze to ensure that the Town Hall goes down, and that is beautiful recovery to ensure this does not 1-star. But the question is, can they pick up the 3-star and try and get back in on the board? As the Royal Champ continues along, the Super Drags following through. 39 seconds left to go. And Itsu, this again, by the skin of his teeth, is just enough to recover and pick up the triple. Den Den staying strong and staying true to his MVP. Hold on. Status. There we go.
Yeah. Super Dragons doing their thing right there. Nicely done. X team getting their first 3-star actually on the board. And now the question is if Perumania can as well tie things up, or like more getting the lead back, because they have the 1-star lead actually at the moment. And can they get their first 3-star on the board as well? That's the big question. What are they going to use? We know from first few matches which we have streamed during the Swiss stage that they like to run the Super Dragons, the Dragons and Dragon Riders as well. So let's see if some of those attacks are going to come next. We know as well that you have seen already J. Carlos coming in with the Super Giant Super Bodhi combination, which he likes to run. I think that's his go-to strategy at the moment in those matches. So looking forward to see which strategy is next, since I kind of expect them to stick to their main strategy. So we're going to most likely see like a Super Dragon or a Dragon Rider attack next from them.
Yeah, this is this could play in favor for X team to try and defend, but again, it is difficult to know what to expect. And there we go, throwing us for a loop. We've got Mr. Jeff, who is the MVP for Perumania, in with a hybrid, so we get to see a little bit more ground action, which I know a lot of viewers out there are excited to see, considering we have a lot of teams that do enjoy using Lalo and, of course, super drags. So we start this off with the Queen to shape up the pathing, taking on the Town Hall position, and is going to need to narrow out the pass to get the maximum value out of the 2 heal spells that we have, and, of course, that Warden ability coming through. But she's got a nice open lineup and path through this Town Hall position and leading through to get to the scatter shot as well.
Yeah, the Queen so far are doing a nice job of following that pathing, but the question now is, where does he want to wall break? The first wall break is in. Where is the second wall break? Is he going to try? Oh, was that the intention? I am not sure, but it seems like he's trying to charge the Town Hall now and then going to flank that Town Hall charge with the hybrid from the top side. At least that's how things are looking like. The only big question, the only big problem for him though is that the Clan Cast is waiting on the other side, not lured just yet, and this means there might be a little bit of a surprise back there. But wait a second, the Queen is looping back and joining the hybrid. That's not where she's supposed to be, but at least she's dodging the Town of Poison, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least she is, but this means we're going to get a healer transfer. Queen's going to work along the outside edge. A healer transfer isn't necessarily a terrible thing for your hybrid. It's like having an extra boost of a heal coming in. The King doing some excellent work, but we have a CC coming out. If the Queen can come in, help, this would be ideal, but it's a Hound that we want to see moving out of the way so the Queen and Royal Champ can get some extra value coming in. Rages are now able to be used to power their way through, but we still have a lot of base left to go. Mr. Jeff in a tough position, but carrying it through as well as he can, holding on to those hero abilities. Final heal coming down here. Is it going to be enough? Because we have the scatter shot to worry about, and this is where the Royal Champ would have been ideal to have her ability reserved for, but the Queen going to beat her way through and take it on now that the single targeting Inferno is down.
Yeah, that's right, and the hybrid just, got taken down way too quickly. Maybe the healers can do some magic work right there, but it's not really looking too likely with the Queen coming in now from the top side. Maybe there is something possible. The defending Queen is getting taken down. Queen versus Queen action at the top side. And now this last Rage has to carry something. The Rage, the healers, 30 seconds left. He's trying to spread out those sneaky goblins, trying to somehow clean things up. There's the Rage, getting the miners, getting the wizards back inside. The Bay Dragon, everything is trying to finish off the base. 20 more seconds and only a few more biddings left. As long as there's no ground skeleton trap, I think this could be a 3-star. 12 more seconds. The wizards on the outside are taking down the cannon. Nicely placed over there, and with that, you can see it. He's celebrating. He knows he got that 3-star. And that means then he is keeping that MVP title for his team. Nice recovery after everything is kind of like going wrong for him with that Queen Charge. And it's really cool to see that someone is celebrating as energetic and him being really, really there. So that's really cool.
That was an impressive turnaround. Not an easy one with your Queen going in the wrong way. But like we mentioned, I mean, when it turns out that you get that healer swap. This was an approach that we used to do back in Town Hall 13, where it was intended to have the healer swap over, use a Queen. Not ideal in this kind of base where we didn't get the full pathing created that was needed. But those miners working on the outside actually did some good work, and he was so patient with that Rage to carry it through. And the Queen did provide distraction from the scatter shot to ensure that they were able to get in. So great reflexes and great quick thinking to keep them on top here, still by a star and keeping the percentage up. So now we have Jaga coming in with the super drags. We do have the Zapquake as well to pick up one of the Infernos to come through into the mix. Typically, singles are ones that we worry about most often, but he could get some good value by taking down an air sweeper as well if he does opt to go for the core of the base, but that's typically the pathing we want to come in with anyway. So
yeah, Extreme keep it. Yeah, but one thing which is kind of, I don't know if it surprises me, but one thing which is kind of fascinating to see that X team is there's the ground skeletons, keep going for those Town Hall flame flingers. And so far, it has worked 0 times, at least that they got the Town Hall. So it's so surprising to see them trying it again. So let's see if there's any more traps around that Town Hall. Flame flingers coming in, and there seems to be no more traps. So that Town Hall should go down, I believe. And then we have those Super Dragons coming in from the far left side into that Eagle to make quick work of that Eagle compartment with the Queen over there as well, and the King getting added shortly with the Flame Flinger taking on the Town Hall.
Yeah, what I'm surprised to see is their approach coming in with those Zapquakes for the singles on the back end, and not using them to take down just like those the lightning spells for the sweepers, instead opting to use the freezes to hold it off. We've got a pretty nasty spread here with some of those super drags that look like they want to work their way through that poison bomb, and lost out on a lot of power, but still pushing his way through the core. King and Queen need to do some extra work here, but the King's just burning through that ability and has to send in the Royal Champ earlier than expected. Ideally, that Royal Champ would be available with her ability for the back end of the base, so this final freeze needs to be held to hold off either the single or the scatter shot, and there's not a lot of combination left, and I think this is maybe not necessarily the right approach. It seems to be working for them, but let's see if Jaga can prove me wrong on this, as a Royal Champ holds on to that Seeking Shield and can still use it to push through this 3 o'clock compartment.
I mean, he has still Barge left, right? He has 1 Barbarian, 1 Archer. Maybe that's going to be a game changer, but I kind of doubt that, to be honest. Maybe the Unicorn can be a game changer and heal that Queen up quite healthily again to make sure that this Queen with the Warden together can finish off the base, but I don't think so. The Archer is getting placed around that top side. The Barbarian is getting sent in with that Queen together, but that Unicorn is getting targeted surprisingly, so that's unfortunate for him, because with that the Queen is dying way quicker. 10 more seconds and time is ticking against him. And this means with the Lava Hound coming out as well, it's going to be another defense for Perumania. Their bases are holding strong, and this means 6 stars after 3 attacks. Perumania, they can now push ahead 2 stars with the next 3-star.
Yeah, so Perumania definitely showcasing why they have been put in this top seed here, battling it out. X Team also with a phenomenal performance, but it seems that Perumania's defenses just are surpassing what X Team can actually handle. And it was the same position that STRUT was in that interview. Bohm said they did not know what to expect, and maybe X Team did not do enough research, or just Perumania seems to be coming up with every which way and doing their research and knowing how to defend against each and every one of these teams. That's the advantage you have as the dark horse coming into these playoffs.
Yep, that's 100% right. And now a surprising base from X Team coming in with this Legend style base, which is not the newest base, to be honest. So I'm not sure if maybe that's the wrong base to set up, or maybe it's really intentional. They think, okay, maybe they're using the Super Dragons against that, because as I said, Perumania so far have used quite a bit of air attacks, and this base is a true nightmare to attack with air most of the times if you don't know how to approach it. So let's see how this Queen Charge Hybrid will work, because there's a lot of traps. And if you're wondering why exactly were there so many traps at the top side, that makes no sense. Well, it is against the Flame Flinger, because if you put that Flame Flinger into that Flame Flinger is going to suffer. It's going to lose a lot of hit points against those giant bombs and small bombs. And that's what he tried to bait. It did not work out. Nicely tried to trigger the traps, and now he tries to get that Town Hall as well.
Yeah, they're definitely on their game there. Drop the archers to help pick off those skellies as well along the way. So, you know, they're thinking about this. Anytime you're coming in with a flame flinger, you have to think about how it could be baited to get the most value out of it, and also have a backup plan for it, which they seem to be excelling at so far. But there's a lot of defenses to get through to get to that Town Hall. And in the meantime, not wasting any time, gets a Queen Charge going in from the bottom side. So this is going to shape up for an interesting path, because it looks like we could potentially cut across our hybrid through the core of the base. We do have the multi in there that we have to worry about, but a Warden ability could be used perfectly to hold that off, particularly because we've got the double scatter shot combination, but Queen's got access to actually reach both of those and take out the surrounding heroes as well.
Yeah, the charge though is really, really heavy with a lot of damage. I mean, it's not that typical that he really trying to charge the other side of the town hall, but he's really trying to go for their town with their flamefinger, which I don't know. I don't see really the hit points of the flamefinger, but I don't think it has that many hit points left. So yeah, the town hall might survive. The queen as well died over there with the giant bombs, and this means Hybrid has to start.
Yeah, that queen, unfortunately, too much damage coming in. Slight delay on those spell combinations, and she died out too quickly. If you pop the ability just a little bit earlier, rage down quicker, might have been able to survive her, but let's see what this hybrid can do. Town Hall has not gone down, though. It's hanging on by a thread, and the Yeti actually worked to the outside of the base, so it's the King that needs to come in. He does take it down, but we lose out a lot on this hybrid, and this is going to be a difficult approach coming in. You can see the struggle in the core of the base. Rocket Loons trying to take on some of the surrounding defenses, but still meeting resistance through the core. Royal Champ's got her ability still hanging on, and an invisibility spell to come in. There aren't many worrisome defenses, but we do still have a single on the board after the scatter shot goes down. And Kronos, you can see, he knows he's in a tough spot to turn this around, and there's only 16 seconds left to go. So this is the defense that X Team has been hoping to see, and the percent is going to be considerably lower than I think that they had hoped for, but the Royal Champ picking up just a tad bit more value.
Yeah, really unfortunate, but
Wow.
It's exactly as I said, what they were hoping for, because take a look at the percentage. Yes, they have the star lead, but at the same time, percentage-wise, it is incredibly close. So only 1 star now into the favor of X Team, and they would win right now on percentage. So this match is still incredibly close on knife's edge. Anyone can still take this home. And it's still 4 attacks to go, 2 attacks each for both of those teams, and anything can happen in a 3-star way or another 2-star. We have seen everything in this match already, and we have now the next attacker, a 4X team coming in, and this time, thank goodness, no flamefinger for the town hall, it seems like.
No flamefinger.
Oh, instead the blimp, okay.
We've got the blimp coming in for that town hall. Squeeze our way down here. We've got the giant bomb letting off, but the sneaky gobs coming. Ooh, sneaky gobs, are they making their way? They are taking down the town hall. I saw that little bomb that looked like they were pulling towards the storage, but do indeed take on the town hall. Queen's going to charge her way through and set up what we need to narrow out for the drag riders. 5 to spread across on those defenses, and the Queen's already got a nice push and start coming into this one.
Yeah, Queen having to take some vacation though, because those ice golems are going to waste a lot of time over there at the top side. Frozen with the Ice Queen, that's a good combination right there. But now the Queen has to take down even more value with the Eagle around that top side, and the King now coming in as well. So where's the Queen going in next? Where's the next Warbreaker coming? Because he could Warbreak possibly into the core of the space, into the Sweeper, into the double multi-phone tower. That's exactly where this next Warbreak is coming in. And again, if I remember correctly, another Legend base, which I have seen already a couple of times. So let's see how active X Team is on Legends. I have told you guys that earlier already today. It is really important at the moment, not only for pro players, but in general. If you want to sharpen your attack skills, make sure to attack a Legend, play a Legends. You don't have to be super high whatsoever. It's all about just getting in that routine, and it's always giving you a big advantage. So let's see how well this Dragon Rider attack is going to work against this single Inferno Tower and into the defending Royal Champion at Scatter Shot.
I mean, I'm loving this access. We've got to freeze up. We can hold off the multi to spare the healers as the drag riders make their approach through. The King's got an excellent value out of this, and the Queen can work her way through to the back end of the base. We get the multi down, so healers survive. Queen's got her ability intact to burst her way through, get a little extra help from the boost. And Royal Champion coming in. This is a beautiful 3-star. And does he even need this final freeze? No, he does not. So drops it down, swags it on the base. Hamura for X Team getting the 3-star on the board. They are trying to get some sort of advantage. They have the percent advantage in their favor now. It's all about defense. Can they hold back Perumania and try and reclaim this war after a 1-star start? I mean, that's the part that you have to really express. A 1-star start. And they're able to turn this back around, get the percent lead, and hold 1 star behind.
Yeah, it is an incredible close match. I mean, either way, this match is so close between of those two teams, and now Perumania have to go next. So far, they use quite a bit of hybrid already, which is a big surprise. But let's see if they keep going with that, or if they're going to change this the attacks. I still kind of expect the air attacks from them with like the Super Dragons or Dragons and Dragon Riders. I think that's still something which they have used and which we're still going to see at least one of those 2 attack strategies in the last 2 attacks for them. Let's see which of those strategies is going to come in first, or if I'm completely wrong and something else is coming, if they keep going with hybrid or some other strategies of their choice. Either way, it's going to be an interesting few last attacks, because now it's 9-7, which means if it's a 3-star, Perumania is keeping the lead. If it's a 2-star, even 99, we have then X Team in the lead because they have the percentage over Perumania. So you can see only 1 star is a big thing in this match. So we have to wait what Perumania is coming up with next.
Yeah, X Team's going from this to this now. They are waiting to see if they can hold that defense to try and transition this into a fair fight with the final attacks coming in. So we've got Fredo coming in with the Flame Flinger, Queen Charge, we don't have, do we have a Skelly?
I'm so confused. This is like one of the most popular bases right now on Legend. Yeah, you take down the Mortar, you Flame Finger onto the Archer Tower, then you send in the King and most likely the Ground Warden to support the Queen. I'm kind of confused why they're running this base. I mean, this base is probably like, if you attack 8 times on Legend, you will find it at least twice. They tweaked it a little bit on the far left side, but let's see if it's going to be enough. There's already the first couple of Black Mans coming up. There's a lot of tests on this far right side, and he has not wall breaked in again yet. So let's wait and see what he's coming up with. But the Flame Finger is going to get an incredible value because there is no Expos. So let's wait if there's going to be ground skeletons, because it's such a common Flame Finger spot.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if there's any baited areas, any traps that are switched up to maybe try and throw them off course. But this could be a huge loss to X Team, where they are starting to gain some ground. Now, we do have the openings for the Queen to work her way into the Town Hall. Flameflinger still going strong on this one, and we'll have the support of the Lalo. Not a lot of loons to work through, so this does obviously require the power of the heroes to work their way in. But look at the beautiful position for the Queen to work into that inside compartment, taking on the scatter shots, taking on the single and the King, forcing from that opposite side, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and just take a look at this value from the Flameflinger. It is so incredible. It's keep going. I mean, it's already going for like 1.5 minutes already nearly, and taking down buildings left and right. We see now exactly what I said with the Ground Warden and the King in this top side to tank that single Inferno Tower as well. There's the Ground Warden ability to cover those heroes and let the Queen then run around, backtrack for the Inferno Towers, and then you Lalo from this far left side. People adapted by now and put a lot of those rat mines around the Eagle, which sometimes are kind of annoying to face, but it seems like that the Hound's triggering all of them anyway. So things are not looking too bad for Perumania right now. The Warden is still alive. The Flamefinger is still alive, now going down, supporting the rest with a Dragon and even more loons. But the question is, can those Expos now be annoying enough to make sure that this base is holding, because time is ticking. The Queen has no ability left anymore. The wall break is getting sent from the top side to maybe get some quicker cleanup with the sneaky Goblin. The last Expo is still standing strong and taking down those Goblins, but it's going down, and it's a last second thing, but it's a 3-star, and I'm still confused.
Yeah,
Why would you run this? Like, literally.
maybe a bad call coming in from X Team, which means they have one final chance to try and defend, and they're still going to need to pick up the 3-star along the way to make that happen. So pressure is surmounting. The pressure is on. They're still claiming the percent lead over Perumania, but they're down by a star. So they have to have like the best defense possible in order to try and turn this. But imagine, this is coming from a 1-star start, so you have to give credit to them for being able to turn it around as well as they have so far and keep it only a 1-star differential. This is not an easy feat, as many teams know. If you start off with that 1-star, it can really just drop down the team morale, but they fought hard. Just let's hope that their defense can maybe give them some final opportunity. Otherwise, Perumania going to come in with that victory, sneaking in as the dark horse. So it is Melee who has to kind of find some redemption after the base that did not defend with the Super Bowler Smash.
Yeah, Super Bowler Smash, one of the most popular strategies as well when it comes down to Legends, because it is so powerful. It might be right now the most powerful ground strategy if you don't count Queen Charges, and like Queen Charge Lalo, Queen Charge Dragon Riders, those are more like air strategies. I would count them in that category. So ground strategy wise, I think it is the strongest at the moment, and it's just so powerful. And he is opting into the Super Wizards. Why is that even a thing? Why do you combine Super Bowlers and Super Wizards? The reason is simple. You want to make sure that your queen is not stuck on that Lava Hound, which is getting used so many times on defense. Instead, you want to make sure that those 2 Super Wizards are helping your queen to get through that Hound quickly and burst through it, so everything is staying in one big group, so the healers can do their job and make sure that they're healing everything.
Yeah, so he's got his push coming through. We've got the jump to connect. And the final jump to get into the core of the base. Now, we're leading the navigation around into centralized areas, so we're not taking on too much splash flank damage from both scatter shots at once. But we do send in the Royal Champ from this side, which means we need to get that reach coming in. The Queen has the potential opportunity to come through and take on the additional scatter shot here. And we need to get to that Town Hall. Royal Champ helping with the outside edge, ensuring that we get to the Town Hall position, but it's that final scatter shot that does need to go down. Super Bowlers burning their way through and giving the opportunity. With the Queen ability, there is enough power to get along, and there's a lot of time left on the clock here, so 3-star is looking fairly solid, depending on how well they can get through this poison bomb and get past the scatter shot that still remains.
Yeah, with nearly all of those healers gone, I'm not sure how good this looks. The Royal Champion is down as well. He has time, yeah, but all of those healers are now down. And I am not really sure, I'm not really convinced that this is going to work, because it's a scatter shot, which is dealing a lot of damage. If that unicorn survives, maybe there's the chance of that queen getting healed up again. But even then, it's going to be a time question with 35 seconds left. I don't really believe in this 3-starring, and this would be a huge defense. The defense which actually Perumania were looking for in this matchup overall. And we have now those Super Wizards slowly making, those wizards making their way slowly around. Queen abilities getting used. 16 seconds left, but the scatter is standing and the scatter is shooting and being scary, because those witches are not seeing the day tomorrow. They're going down. 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds left. The queen is down, the dream is over, and Perumania now needs 2 stars to win this match.
Oh, that is a tough one for Melee. So close with that 96% 2-star. Nice way to recover when it went wrong towards that back end of the base, but just not enough to hold them into this one. So now they are hoping to see a finish of a 1-star attack, which is very unlikely. I mean, when your main objective is to go in for a 2-star to win the war, that is what you do. You do not take any risks. You go in for the 2-star, you make it nice and easy, and I really don't think there's any way that this war can turn back around in favor. But we've got a huge shout out to X Team so far for being able to recover as much as they have with the start that they had. And always great to see the creativity that comes in. XBB is known for those Valk attacks, and I love that he sticks to them. unfortunately not his day to help the team out and get what they needed over Perumania. And this is a done deal. I mean, who feels Super Drag's attacks with 1 stars these days? This never happens. We've got the blimp sailing through for the town hall, and they're trying it. We've got an easy push coming into that town hall.
You're trying to jinx it.
I would never.
You tried your best. No. You would never ever try that. But I'm obviously kidding. But yeah, you said it right. Super Dragon's obviously the best choice right there. You don't really have to go for 3 stars. It's all about the 2nd star, which they have to go for. Town Hall down percentage is there, and you can see already the smile on his face. He's obviously keep finishing that attack, and if it's a 3 star, it's even nicer thing. But at the same time, the 2 star, what matters, that was the important thing, and that is what he got. And with that, they are going to move on into the finals of this qualifier and, well, claim a victory in an 11-12 upper bracket match.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible to see coming from Perumania. Again, the Dark Horse coming into the mix, a team that no one really knew of in the competitive scene that is making waves. And you know the teams have been watching today, looking to see what they can take out of their attack style and also their defensive style. But I think that there's more they're going to be showcasing tomorrow coming into this. Now, 1:20 left. We've got those Super Drags still working along. I don't know how much help is on that top one, but this one towards the bottom of the base with the unicorn helping out, keeping it going strong. And it looks like we've got the 13-star finish coming in for Perumania. So keeping up to the standards that they held and definitely showcasing the immense defense that any team that faces them tomorrow is going to have to go up against. Here come the traps, but not enough to hold it back and keep that 3-star. Alberto finishing off strong. So a huge congratulations to Perumania for coming in with the victory through the top bracket of this. And they will wait to see who their opponent will be tomorrow, as we have STRUT, who's going to wind up facing off against M.S Esports. But let's take a look at these war stats. 13 stars to Perumania, but the percent was in favor for X Team. Just a few stars shy of trying to turn this war around, unfortunately for them, and that was the overall factor. But a beautiful war nonetheless from both sides.
Yeah, really unfortunate ending for them. Maybe, yeah, having some 2 burnt bases, and I mean, so mad respect to them for making this match so close, considering that we had this beginning. The 1 star, and I think the viewers can 100% maybe relate to how it might feel if you start into a match with a really suboptimal start, because you kind of want to quit the match right away. You kind of feel like, okay, that's not going to work anyways. So staying inside this and making it such a close one with like a 96, 97% 2-star attacks and those, it is really, really impressive. So really props to the X team guys of making it that close and making it to the last few attacks. And yeah, in the end, Perumania claiming victory and going to move on to the next day tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to put a lot of people on edge here. And we mentioned the war that we'll get to see is going to be against STRUT. And I'm sorry, I said M.S Esports, but it's going to be STRUT and Repotted Gaming that we'll see facing off. So for our playoff brackets, there you go. The first match of the day will be Repotted Gaming versus STRUT. We will see X team facing off. They get to drop into the lower bracket with an opportunity to face off against the winner of Repotted Gaming and STRUT to see who will advance on into those grand finals. So this is going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. There's still the opportunity for X team to get back in it, but they have seen the wrath and fury of Perumania, as have Repotted and STRUT. So this is going to be very exciting for tomorrow. What do you suppose that the teams coming into this have to worry about, Itsu, for either X Team or Perumania?
I think overall, like, that's a hard question, to be honest. I would really like again to concentrate on this STRUT versus Repotted match, because I think that is such an important match and such an interesting match as well, because those were the two teams which at the moment really had new, fresh anti-2-star style legend bases. And I think those two teams clash will be a really epic match to start things off tomorrow. Two incredible teams on offense as well. We had Repotted today with 15 stars, I believe, in the first match, 13 after that. STRUT came in with an incredible performance as well. So I think that STRUT versus Repotted match is going to be a crazy one, and it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, if the winner of that match would take it all, because we have to consider at the end of the day Perumania waiting in the finals, but they're coming there from the upper bracket, which means it's going to be a best of 3 in the finals, but they're already having one match won pretty much. That's kind of the benefit of qualifying over the upper bracket into this final. So that's like the bonus for them. So whoever is going to face them have to beat Perumania twice. And yeah, for me today, the best teams, offense and defensive wise, were Repotted and STRUT. So that match tomorrow, I cannot highlight enough. It's going to be a crazy one.
Yeah, and keeping in mind that when STRUT did face off against Perumania, Perumania did get the win, so that is going to be something to keep in mind, is that Perumania has a number on some of these top teams that have been putting up big stars. So they'll have to keep an eye on the defense, and with that advantage that you mentioned, that is going to be absolutely huge. But it's been an amazing day of the first day of the playoffs for the $50,000 prize pool. Again, to remind you, third place winner will walk away with $5,000. We've got second place with $15,000, and first place will walk away with $30,000 and that coveted first golden ticket into the World Championship. So there is a lot on the line, and we've got these teams definitely fighting hard for it. I want to thank the teams today, of course, Queso Cup for the amazing performance on the back end of the scenes, and of course Itsu, thank you so much. You are definitely an amazing factor coming in for the casting team. We always enjoy your expert analysis and your pro level commentary, since you have been in the pro scene as well. So I guess we'll see you guys tomorrow. We're looking forward to tuning in again, same time, same place, 1300 UTC. We'll see you guys there.